Good afternoon and welcome to the meeting of the City Council on 5th March 2024. Today's meeting is for budget setting, and City Council is legally required to set the budget for the year 2024 and 2025 municipal year by the conclusion of this meeting. May I remind members to turn any devices to silent. Should your phone ring during the meeting, you will be asked to make a £20 donation to the Lord Mayor's charity. As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. Members, you are reminded that the recording of the webcast will be kept indefinitely. Can I please request that whenever you wish to speak this afternoon, you press your microphone button once so that you can be added to the speaker's request list. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs, except where they are confidential or exempt items. I also need to remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and the members should be careful in what they say during all the debates this afternoon. Please note, we will adjourn for a break at approximately 1630 hours to 1700 hours. Agenda item 2. I remind members they must declare all relevant pecuniary and other registrable interests arising from any business to be discussed at this meeting. The chair of the Standards Committee, in consultation with the monitoring officer, has granted dispensation to those members who have sought such a dispensation in order that they can participate and vote in the budget debate. The monitoring officer has also agreed a general dispensation in respect of being a council taxpayer, member of a trade union, or where you have a family member who is employed by the council. Details of these dispensations have been published with this meeting agenda and the papers on the council's Siemens page. Where a dispensation has been granted, you will not need to declare these interests at the start of the meeting. However, I would recommend that you are called to, when you're called to speak, you simply confirm that you have been given a dispensation when you start your speech. Beyond these, does anyone have any interest to declare? Yes, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I received a dispensation, as you've set out in your opening remarks. However, in view of the nature of that interest, I just want to advise the Chamber I'll be withdrawing in respect of consideration of item 7 on the pay policy, which will be moved by the Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Leader. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on 6th February 2024, with the copies having been circulated to each member of the council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that agreed? Is that seconded? Thank you. I have a lovely announcement, a sad announcement. Death of former Councillor Susanna McCurry. I regret that my announcement today is again a sad one, as I must inform the Chamber of the death of former Councillor Susanna McCorry, who passed away on the 9th of February 2024. Susanna served as a councillor for Erdington Ward from 1996 to 2006, during which time she served on numerous committees and was cabinet member for social services and health from 2002 to 2004. Susanna is survived by her husband, former councillor Mick Rice, and she leaves 2 sons and 8 grandchildren. I know you will join me in extending to Mick and Susanna's family our deepest condolences. I move that this council place on record its sorrow at the death of former councillor Susanna McCorry and its appreciation of her devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to Susanna's family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? Would now call upon councillors to pay tribute to Susanna. I got first on the list, Councillor Sir Albert Bow.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Labour Group, I am privileged to give this tribute to Susanna McCorry, who many here today will remember from 1996 to 2006 as the Labour councillor for Erdington. Perhaps I should refer to Susanna as Susanna Rice, as it was nearly 20 years ago that she married Mick Rice, a Birmingham councillor until 2004. It was Mick who provided much of the care and support for Susanna following her being diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2016 and later a more aggressive brain disorder, multiple system atrophy. Susanna was born into an Irish family and lived first in Nechells, before moving to Hart Road, Erdington, and before long with 4 sisters. She left home at 17 to live in a rented flat in Stockley Green and started work as a trainee nurse before getting married in 1971 and relocating to Scotland. It was there she became an angler in order to help feed her family with fish caught from Loch Fyne. The family subsequently returned to Birmingham, and Susanna became a part-time worker with the Birmingham Multi-Handicap Group, now the Birmingham Multi-Care, providing support and respite care for parents whose children were profoundly disabled. Through night school and day release, she obtained a BSc from Birmingham City University and an MSc from Birmingham University. Then she was headhunted by Friendship Housing to become the Deputy Chief Executive with a remit to develop specialist housing provision catering for people with disabilities. Within a month, because of a health problem experienced by the Chief Executive, she was catapulted into the role as Chief Executive of that organisation. Lord Mayor, I've described Susanna's early life in Birmingham, in Scotland, and again in Birmingham, as it was these experiences that shaped her political life as a Birmingham City Councillor. It was very appropriate that Susanna became the chair of a Social Services Committee in 1999. I had no equivocation in advocating her subsequent appointment in 2002 as the Cabinet Member for Social Services and Health. She committed an extensive amount of time and effort in seeking to eradicate poor performance in the department, bringing into play the hugely relevant experience of her early years. Her commitment to the role was all that could have been expected of her, as, in introducing Cabinet-led governance in 2002, I asked that Cabinet members should be full-time politicians. Susanna was one of the members who gave up paid employment to serve in the Cabinet. Susanna ceased to be a councillor in 2006, but found that ex-politicians are not always openly welcomed in the employment market. Susanna and Mick moved back to Dunoon, Scotland in 2007, and Susanna was appointed to a job with the NHS in Scotland. This did not bring about an end to her political activities. On one occasion, she was selected as the Labour candidate for Argyll and Bute, which requires a half-day journey to some of the islands to meet with residents, as some of you will know. And not surprisingly, Susanna became well known in the area as the chair of the Dunoon-Gourock Ferry Action Group. Lord Mayor, forgive me for being so personal in my remarks. I wanted to convey my admiration for a remarkable person, someone who has enriched this council and with a commitment that was all that could be asked of her, particularly in respect of her services towards adult social care and health. Lord Mayor, on behalf of the Labour Group, I offer condolences to Mick, her husband, her sons Dougal and Matthew, her sisters and other family members. They will miss her, and so will I.
Thank you, Sir Councillor Bebo. Next, Councillor Deirdre Orden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to pay my group's respects to former Councillor Susanna McCorry-Rice. Susanna was elected to represent the ward of Erdington in 1996. In her first few years on the council, she served on various committees, including road safety and community safety. But in 1999, she was appointed chair of the Social Services Committee. That is the year I was elected to the council. So to me, Susanna is always firmly associated with the social services portfolio, and I'm sure that was her great passion. She also served as a director of Birmingham Council for 4 years. Following the introduction of the cabinet system in Birmingham, in 2002, Susanna was appointed cabinet member for social services and health, a position she retained until Labour lost control in 2004. In opposition, Susanna was then appointed to the Education and Lifelong Learning Overview and Scrutiny Committee. At some point during this time, Susanna married fellow Labour councillor Mick Rice, a regular speaker in this chamber. Then in 2006, of the 3 women Labour councillors who at that time represented Erdington, it was Susanna who was up for re-election that year. Sadly for Susanna, she wasn't able to hold her seat. Election night in North Birmingham that year was a very dramatic affair. Erdington and King's Standing were counting in the same hall. After Susanna lost, later several Labour councillors told Bobby, who had won the seat from her, that they had been so caught up in watching the count between him and Susanna unfold that they took their eye off the ball as to what was happening in the next door count of King's Standing, where 2 seats were being contested. They didn't notice, therefore, and neither did anyone else, that some of the BNP votes in King's Standing were mistakenly being double counted by election staff, which resulted in the wrong result being announced and a losing candidate wrongly officially declared as the winner, a returning officer's nightmare, and the council had to go to court to overturn the result. Meanwhile, in Erdington, Susanna stood again the following year as her fellow Labour councillor, Rennie Spector, decided to stand down. But the tide was not with Labour, and she wasn't successful. Susanna and Mick then moved to Scotland, where I understand Suzanne was appointed to a high-powered job with the NHS, and the couple took on a Victorian manor guest house with beautiful views, which sounds absolutely idyllic. It should have been the beginning of a very happy time, and we all wished her well. I was therefore very sorry to learn later that Susanna had become seriously ill with a degenerative disease, and even sorrier when I heard that she had passed away from this disorder at the beginning of February. On behalf of the Conservative group, I would like to send my sincere condolences at this very sad time to Susanna's husband Mick, her 2 sons and her 8 grandchildren. Thank you,
Thank
Lord
you,
Mayor.
Lord Alderman. Anybody from Liberal Group? Constable Tinsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I remember Susanna McCurry as a very kindly lady. She and Mick were a formidable duo on the City Council, and what neither Sir Albert or Deirdre have mentioned is that they were both members of the Summerfield group, which created a few problems for the Labour controlling group at the time. And through that I got to know Susanna and Mick a little better. As has been mentioned, because of her profession and background, social services and caring was inbred into her, and she made a major contribution, as chair of the Social Services Committee, and then latterly as the cabinet member for social care. Having lost the seat, she and Mick went up to Scotland as being identified, and they played a full political part in the life of the Labour Party in Scotland. Her end was not good. As has been mentioned, she had a degenerative disease, and in the end she was bedbound. She was dependent upon carers and Mick. And it's with great sadness, Lord Mayor, that we hear of anyone who passes away in those conditions. So on behalf of my group, I'd like to extend our condolences to her husband Mick, children and grandchildren. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Constable Tinsley. We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. I move that the petitions presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Could I ask those of you who want to present petitions to press your speak button so that you will be shown on my list of, and I would now invite members who want to present petitions. These are options to do so. Please, can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate the petition relates to, and may I remind you that this is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of your petition? Please present your petition, and a member of the committee services team will then collect it from you. First on my list is Councillor David Pearce.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got 3 petitions, 2 wishing to save Sutton Library and one in conjunction with Folio, and I would like to move that this goes to Adult Social and Care Directorate. And the second one is against the closure of Clifton Road Youth Centre, potentially. And I'd like to move that this goes to children, young people and families. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Is agreed? Next one is Marilyn Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have an additional petition which will be ongoing. Save Tower Hill Library. To the Lord Mayor, Tower Hill is a very well-used and well-loved library at the heart of Perry Bar. We, the undersigned, call for it to be kept open and to be renovated, and may this go to the relevant department, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a petition objecting to 2 planning applications, 2024/00523 and 2024/00524, and I ask they go to the planning department.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Grant. please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of residents in Kings Norton South, calling on Birmingham City Council to ensure the footpath on Redditch Road between Aldi and the Tower Blocks Campion House and Saffron House is reinstated. This was removed when the housing development took place. The footpath on the other side of the Redditch Road at that location is very narrow and dangerous. I'd like this to go to housing development, please.
Thank you. Councillor David Barker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions to present today. The first is signed by over 6,000 people calling for the council to save all libraries in Birmingham, and I ask that goes to adult social care. And my second petition is signed by over 15,000 people and counting, calling for us to designate Birmingham Station Street a historic, cultural and civic asset, and I ask that goes to planning and any other relevant department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Aiken.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a petition from 70 residents of the Paddock, Westheath Road, Hull Farm Road and Cornfield Road objecting to the erection of telegraph poles from BRSK, and I move that that goes to the Planning Directorate.
Thank you. Councillor Jahama.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Pardon me. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions with a total of 1,300 signatures calling on the council to keep Acox Green Library open, and I move that that goes to adult social care as part of the consultation on the future of the libraries.
Thank you. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition here with over 1,600 signatures to save Birchfield Library. Can this go to the relevant department? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Melvin Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition to save the library in Mere Green, which reads, on the grounds that of all the city libraries apart from Central Library, it lets more books. It is a modern and extensively used building that is used for many community purposes, and I have received over 75 individual emails from residents, each setting out why the library and the community services are so important to them, and I'd like that to be sent to the relevant adult social care officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Akiwajid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by residents of Bowes Green Ward to save Smoothheath Library. Can this be forwarded to the relevant department? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fred Grindrod.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition on behalf of residents of Bourneville and Cottridge Ward objecting to the erection of pole and wire-based broadband by BRSK. The residents asked the council to meet with the senior executives of BRSK to get them to agree to improve practices and secure concrete assurances these be implemented, and to urge BRSK to stop erecting pole and wire-based broadband infrastructure, especially in areas of historic, architectural and heritage importance such as Bourneville. I wish that this be presented to the relevant cabinet member. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Higgs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition here calling for Druids Heath and Yardley Wood libraries to be saved. I move that goes to the relevant department.
Thank you. Councillor Don Donaldson.
Calling upon National Express to change the route of the new 64 bus route to include stops on Bromford Drive and Chipperfield Road. The new bus route will benefit the residents of Bromford and Hodge Hill, especially those who are disabled, to access the shopping centre at the fort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liam Lawson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by hundreds of residents in Nechells calling on the council to resurface Nechells Park Road. I ask this is passed on to the Transport Department.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Knowles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. The first one is to Councillor John Cotton. It's from 131 doctors within the Birmingham area, asking him to reconsider the funding priorities regarding the budget savings on the Children and Young People and Families Department. And the second one is signed by 177 members of the Hall Green constituency, asking for Spark Hill, Hall Green and King's Libraries to be kept open to the public. And I ask that that be taken to the Adult Social Care Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Quinlan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I have a petition signed by 589 Hensworth Ward residents and their supporters calling on the council to save their Hensworth Library. I move that this petition be forwarded to the relevant department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have 3 petitions. The first one is from residents of Hall Green South Ward, calling upon Birmingham City Council to resurface the passageway and right-of-way between Baldwin's Lane and Sandgate Road in Hall Green. My second petition is from residents of Hall Green South Ward, calling upon Birmingham City Council to install formal pedestrian crossing facilities across Highfield Road near to the Robin Hood Lane roundabout to make it safer and easier for pedestrians, especially the elderly and young children, as well as those with prams, pushchairs and immobility scooters, and also cyclists, to cross Highfield Road, Hall Green. And my third petition is a petition from residents across Hall Green calling on Birmingham City Council to save both Yardley Wood and Hall Green Library. I move that these go to the relevant directorates. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Saleh Mahmood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by dozens of residents and traders raising concerns about antisocial behaviour on Formers Road over 5 years. I move that this is looked into by the Community Safety Team and Licensing Team. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hand if you have. Nope. Sorry, can you please? No. Sorry. Can you be quiet, please? Can you be quiet, please? Are all the petitions seconded? Great. A petition update has been made available electronically. I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? The next item is appointments by the City Council. Agenda item number 6, appointments by the City Council. City Council is asked to agree the appointments as outlined in the pending report. Is that agreed? Are there any further appointments from the groups? Yes, Ray.
Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and Councillor Ira will be appointed as Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Agenda item 7, we will now receive a report of the Director of Public Services. The time allocated for this item is 15 minutes. I call upon Councillor Sharon Thompson to introduce the report and to move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the City Council is legally required to publish a pay policy statement on an annual basis. The pay policy statement must cover information such as ratio of highest paid employees against the workforce median earnings, the methods by which all employees' salaries are determined, and how the statement is complied with. The 2023 to 24 pay policy statement has now been produced and provides transparency in line with the legislative requirements. The report was presented to Cabinet on the 27th of February, where it was agreed to come forward to full council to recommend that the pay policy statement 2023 to 24 is approved for publication. By endorsing this statement, the City Council reaffirms its commitment to the accountability and transparency in its remuneration practices, thereby fulfilling its statutory obligations. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Could any member wishing to speak on this item please ensure they press the speak button? Nope. I call upon Councillor Sharon Thompson to reply.
Thank you very much, Chamber. Thank you.
Does the City Council agree with the recommendations? Thank you. We now move on to the agenda item 8, relating to the 2024 and 2025 budget setting process. The indicative time for consideration of this item is 4 hours. Please, board members, know that a 30-minute break will be taken at approximately 4:30. Please note that the Cabinet meeting held on the 27th of February 2024, an amendment to the substantive recommendations was agreed. This is included in the supplementary report published on Friday, 1st March, with additional documents circulated to all the members. I call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor John Cotton, to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. At the outset, I need to declare a pecuniary interest for which I have received dispensation from the Chair of the Standards Committee. Lord Mayor, the budget before Council today is not the budget I entered politics to set. It is not a budget I ever envisaged for our city. Sadly, however, it is a budget that reflects the significant challenges currently facing this council. Because the harsh reality is we must make cuts of over £300 million over the next 2 financial years in order to receive exceptional financial support from government and to meet the challenge set by commissioners. As the report before us states, that is unprecedented in scale, and for that I unreservedly apologise to the people and communities of our city. The fact remains, however, that my task as the new leader of the council is to tackle financial and organisational challenges that have dogged this organisation for far too long. Quite simply, we must get our house in order because the people of our great city deserve better. As someone who's born in Birmingham, I've lived in this city my whole life. I am profoundly committed to putting this city council back on track. And I know that we will not get another chance to do so. Now, for colleagues opposite, some of whom I know like to willfully ignore this point from time to time, let me make it clear, as I've said many times and will continue to say loudly and clearly, there are Birmingham-specific problems that we must fix here in this city, notably our historic equal pay liability and the issues around the implementation of the Oracle IT system. Lord Mayor, I will not shy away from the work that must be done. And as this report makes clear, there is still significant work required to both stabilise Oracle and to close off, once and for all, our equal pay risk. Progress is being made, and I want to place on record this afternoon my thanks to members, to officers and the commissioners who are working tirelessly to resolve these critical issues. Furthermore, there will be accountability for what has gone wrong. I was the first to call for an independent inquiry, a call that I'm glad the government has since heeded, and I've insisted that the government begins that inquiry as soon as possible. But, and here is the inconvenient truth that I know some members may not want to hear, the mistakes made in Birmingham have not occurred in a vacuum. Councils up and down this land are now facing a perfect storm of smaller budgets but higher costs. So in addition, and I repeat, in addition to the mistakes made here in Birmingham, there is a raging crisis running right across local governments. And that crisis, I have to say, is on the Conservative Party. A party that was the cheerleaders for austerity, the apologists for a 40% reduction in real terms central government funding for councils between 2010 and 2020. And year after year, in this chamber, we have heard members dismiss concerns, ignoring that growing clamour for an end to the Conservative Party's neglect of public services. And I have to ask, how did we think that was going to end? Austerity always was a false economy, but it was also a slow burn. And the tragic consequences of the decisions that have been made since that coalition of chaos was formed back in 2010 are now there for all to see. I think the Conservative MP Miriam Cates said it best when I appeared with her on BBC Politics Live just last week. And she conceded many councils, particularly urban ones in deprived areas, are facing huge pressures on their budgets. She went on, I do think the cuts to local authority spending in the 2010 government were unjustified and, in retrospect, wrong. The government's top levelling up advisor, Andy Haldane, has had this to say. The surprising thing about any of this is that we are surprised, given the extent of the paring back over the last 15 years in local government funding. Now, Lord Mayor, these may be the few Conservative words in defence of local government that we hear this afternoon, so I'll just add one further example not too far from here. The Conservative leader of Shropshire County Council, Leslie Picton, is so fed up with the failing government, she's declared she doesn't even care if her party win the general election. She told her council meeting just yesterday, for years, local government has been underappreciated and underfunded, and we shouldn't stand for that. We can't carry on living hand to mouth. We really cannot. I think we can all agree with those words, because we're hearing new warnings about the forest fire that is raging across local governments on an almost daily basis. In the last week alone, a survey by the Local Government Association has warned that 2/3 of communities across the country will see cutbacks to local neighbourhood services this year. Waste collection, road repairs, libraries, leisure services, as councils struggle to plug the funding gaps. Meanwhile, a report by the Local Government Information Unit warned that this sector is increasingly in a state of financial crisis, with over half the respondents to a survey saying that they're likely to declare effective bankruptcy over the next 5 years. No less an organ than the Financial Times has warned that local authorities are preparing to sell off hundreds of millions of pounds worth of land and buildings as a long-term funding squeeze shows no sign of being alleviated by the Chancellor's budget tomorrow. So, Lord Mayor, as I've already stated, and I will reaffirm now, my task is to address the problems that are unique to this council, problems for which I apologise unreservedly. But I do have to ask, who is going to apologise for the prolonged neglect at national level that has brought so many councils to the brink? And more to the point, who is going to put that right? I think the record is clear from the last 14 years that it won't be the Conservative government. And that growing crisis in local government is one of the many reasons why their time is up. What we need now is a Labour government that values, understands and wants to work with councils. A grown-up government that sees councils as a big part of the United Kingdom rescue mission after 14 years of vandalism. In the meantime, and even faced with such stark choices, we have sought to protect the most vulnerable, with the highest percentage of cuts coming in back office functions rather than in the high demand areas of adult social care and children and young families. And in addition, we've safeguarded things like wellbeing centres and school crossing patrols. Lord Mayor, I regret that council tax bills will increase by 9.99%. And I know that the timing of this increase could not be worse, given the cost of living crisis that's been exacerbated by reckless national mismanagement of the economy. I know the UK tax burden is currently at a 70-year high, while families across this city have also faced higher levels of inflation and increasing interest rates. There was a report just last week from the Food Foundation that revealed that millions of people in the UK, including 1 in 5 families with children, have gone hungry, or they've skipped meals in recent weeks because they cannot regularly afford to buy groceries. And if the reports are to be believed, tomorrow the Chancellor of the Exchequer will this week pull the plug on the Household Support Fund, which will plunge even more families into crisis. And I ask you, members, to remember that this is a fund that this winter in this city has helped to support 169 of our food banks to provide food for thousands struggling in this city. It's a fund that has funded a network of 300 warm welcome spaces for people who are struggling to heat their homes. And just last month, it helped to feed more than 165,000 Birmingham children who might otherwise have gone hungry during the February half-term. So while I absolutely apologise for the scale of our council tax increase, let's be clear, it's that Conservative-led cost of living crisis that's having the heaviest impact on families across this city. I know full well that hard-pressed families in our city are struggling to make ends meet at the moment. And even as the council gets to grip with its own financial challenges, I want to assure you that we will do everything in our power to protect the most vulnerable. That's why I've fought for our council tax support scheme that means a quarter of the 461,000 households in Birmingham are eligible for support, and around 75,000 of our most hard-pressed families pay no council tax at all. Lord Mayor, as I've already said, this is not a budget that any one of us would want to be faced with. But we have no alternative than to face this council's challenges head-on. And we will do whatever is necessary to bring the council's budget back into balance and ensure that it rests on a sound financial footing. I must also be clear, though, Lord Mayor, that once these financial challenges are passed, I have absolutely no intention of seeing this council return to business as usual. We need less centralising of power and more collaboration with communities and partners. We have to focus on getting the basics right, and we must deliver the high standard of service that our citizens need and deserve. Lord Mayor, just weeks after I was brought in to tackle the challenges facing this council, I had the honour of delivering the annual Chamberlain Lecture at Highbury Hall. And there I spoke about how Joseph Chamberlain, a legendary figure in this city's history, the man who cleared the Birmingham slums and earned this city a reputation for model civic government. Our collective challenge now is to restore that reputation by first returning the council to a sound financial footing, and then by acting to improve the lives and the life chances of people in neighbourhoods right across Birmingham. A failure to do so will mean that we're unable to lead the city's response to the grand challenges facing us, tackling climate change, alleviating child poverty, building more affordable homes, raising skill levels, attracting investment to bring in new jobs and opportunities for all of our citizens. And it's clear we will not succeed simply by fixing what is broken. Instead, we must transform this organisation, and that mission will be underpinned by 3 core objectives that will be enshrined in our new corporate plan. So we will share power with our communities, get the basics right, and ensure that we are accountable and transparent in everything that we do. Birmingham has often been said to be too big to fail, but too big to succeed. And as you all know, this is the largest of the core cities in this country, with a population of over 1 million people. Our size can be to our advantage. It helps to secure significant investment and major events like the Commonwealth Games. But on the reverse side, Birmingham's sheer scale has made us too remote from the communities we serve, whilst those years of austerity have led to the over-centralisation of decision-making. Lord Mayor, this city, the one that we're all proud to call home, is a big and diverse place, and we must be humble enough collectively to accept that things need to change. The approach that the council has adopted in recent years has simply not worked, and consequently, our relationships with communities and partners across the city need a radical reset. It's clear that our communities will be impacted by spending reductions, as well as bearing the burden of the substantial council tax increases over the next 12 months. So it is only right that they are given maximum influence over how this council spends its money. So we need to broaden our field of vision to incorporate views and perspectives from each part of Birmingham. We cannot afford to shy away from our challenges, and bringing partners with us on this journey is the only way forward. Colleagues, it's not a weakness to share power with our citizens and partners. So we need a wide-ranging, mature conversation with the city. And to drive this agenda, I will create a new Shaping Birmingham's Future Together Commission bringing together partners and stakeholders from all corners, all sectors of Birmingham, to help shape the devolution of power agenda with our communities. In order to act differently, we will think and behave differently, incorporating views and perspectives from each and every part of Birmingham. Now, I absolutely get it. Words are easy, and many people will need convincing that we will turn those words into action. And we have shown in recent years, in adults and in children's social care, that we can deliver transformation and improve outcomes, even in times of rising demand. And of course, our critics would rightly, in my view, say that we haven't built on those successes enough. In short, we have not been consistent enough. I think that's an absolutely fair criticism to make. And I do not underestimate the challenges that will come with transforming and modernising this council. I absolutely understand that we must regain trust to bring this city with us on this journey. So when the Commission meets for the first time, before the end of May, our job is to demonstrate a commitment and a willingness to be better and to do things differently. Funding will also be made available for local community groups to play their part, and we will set out a new collaborative approach to empower our communities. Lord Mayor, we will also commit to getting the basics right across a whole range of service areas, ensuring bins are collected on time, our roads are in good condition, and our neighbourhoods are clean and safe places. And we will bring a new era of accountability and transparency to this organisation. This will be the cornerstone for our journey to improving basic services, responding to the concerns of our citizens, and ensuring that the mistakes of the past are never repeated. Those that were responsible for the issues relating to equal pay and Oracle will be held to account under the terms of a local inquiry that I hope government will be convening shortly. But I want to stress that creating a culture of accountability is not just about punishing people when things go wrong. It's also about creating a culture of trust and collaboration to ensure that we get things right in the first place, or where there are issues, that these can be raised openly without fear of retribution. That, colleagues, is how I've always sought to behave as a person. It's how I behave as a leader, and it's how I want this City Council to behave as an organisation too. Lord Mayor, as I've made clear, I am deeply sorry that the Council faces such tough choices this afternoon. And I'm under no illusions what this budget will mean for our communities. The decisions that we must make here today will have a lasting impact on every single neighbourhood in Birmingham. And like I'm sure all of us here today, that weighs very heavily on me. None of us entered politics to make cuts. But I was brought in as leader to make those tough choices and to get our house in order. I'm up for that challenge. And while I take full responsibility for that task, I think others should also take responsibility for the growing national crisis across all of our public services. Today must absolutely be a moment of change, a moment that kickstarts our recovery. And I want it to be exactly that. So, colleagues, I promise you that we will get this council back on an even keel. This will be, I hope, a year of desperately needed change for this region and this country, and I'm determined that this City Council will play its part in a brighter future. And we do stand ready to work with a Labour Mayor and a Labour government to deliver the public services, the well-paid jobs and the new homes that this city of ours is crying out for. Lord Mayor, this is a difficult day. The road to rebuilding our council will be hard. There will be many challenges to face and many tough decisions that we have to take. But together, we will rebuild and give the people of Birmingham the council and the future they deserve. And it is for that reason, Lord Mayor, with the heaviest of hearts, that I move this budget today. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. I call open the Deputy Leader, Councillor Sarah Thompson, to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I think this is a particularly difficult day for most colleagues around the chamber, but also those that work for Birmingham City Council and also those that live in the city. And I'd just like to acknowledge and thank all of our dedicated officers and staff for all of their hard work in not just helping to look for budget proposals that were credible, but actually the braveness that's gone before it as they work on a day-to-day basis with many of our residents and also delivering some of our services. So I'd just like to take that moment to thank them all for all of their work and dedication. Lord Mayor, as someone who served as both as an officer for almost 10 years and a member for almost 10 years as well, this has to be one of the most challenging periods I've ever known in the council and indeed across local government across the country. And, you know, this is of course partly down to the problems of our own making, and nobody is pretending that that is not the case. When things go wrong, when we get things wrong, or when things need to be improved, we have to acknowledge those, hold up our hands, get a grip and get on with the task of making sure that we make things better, not just for the staff but for the residents of the city, because that's what they deserve and that is what they expect. But Lord Mayor, even though many or some across the chamber won't admit it, the fact remains that there is a huge crisis affecting councils up and down this country, over 20 that are seeing financial difficulty at this present time. But Lord Mayor, I'm not going to focus on the national part and that part, because regardless of the national crisis, I know that we in Birmingham must get our house in order, and this is part of the journey of doing that, to move this council forward. And we know it will be leaner, we know that there'll be difficulties for many people across the piece, but importantly, we have to get back to basics and deliver the services that residents deserve, and make sure that we take this time to actually deliver transformation, real transformation, to make sure that we're delivering the services that are needed. And as the leader has said, the people of Birmingham deserve a better council, and we cannot go through the pain of this budget by simply going backwards, as we've said. So I'm really committed to making sure that we are working with partners, a more collaborative organisation that helps to engage with partners and citizens in a really, truly meaningful way. It is not enough for people to see their local councillors or meet with council officers in and around local neighbourhoods, but not feel like they are being listened to. We are going to listen, we will listen, and they will be heard. And as the chair of the City Partnership Board, I have listened carefully to some of the feedback, and I recognise that some of the approaches that we've taken and adopted over recent years have simply not worked. Our partnerships have felt on times that it's been one-sided, and we've not engaged as much as we could have or should have, and that's why we're going to put this right with this commission. The challenge that I want to make personally to our many partners is to commit to doing things differently, to make sure that we're looking at the city as a whole and making sure that everybody has stake and really understanding what shared power and responsibility truly looks like for the people that live within Birmingham, live and work and want to be here because this is their city of choice, and we have a responsibility around that. Since the leader came into post and me alongside him as his deputy, we have said we will be more openness and transparency, and even though at times that has been difficult to share some of the messages, that indeed is what we have done. So we will commit to do that moving forward and making sure that we will hold up our hands. And Lord Mayor, as the leader has said, I too want to apologise to the many families in Birmingham that are struggling, and we are doing all that we can to protect those that are the most vulnerable, and that's why back office services have taken more of a hit than other areas, and that's why we've continued to lobby the government in return in terms of the household support fund, but sadly I'm not optimistic that that will be extended. Lord Mayor, the key thing for us is to make sure that we are being sensible, honest and open, and making sure that we are taking the right decisions in this chamber today so that we can support the people that we were all, 101 of us, elected to represent. It is going to be a difficult period for us all, but I know this is one that we are committed to doing and making sure that we move forward and bring this city more hope moving forward, that we can come forward with a stronger city where we've all pulled together and make this council the council that everybody, as I said, deserves to have. So Lord Mayor, I stand today to second the leader's proposals and for this chamber, for the Labour group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have two amendments. I call upon the leader of the Conservative group, Councillor Robert Alden, to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As part of my declaration of interest form, my wife works for the Museum Trust. I'm a council-appointed director of BMT on various LJ boards, a director of the Edmonton bid, and I've notified the city solicitor of this in advance and been granted a dispensation. I'd like to thank officers and commissioners for their support reviewing and producing our proposals, for their efforts, also on the council's substantive budget. I'd also like to thank staff across the council who've been going about doing their jobs professionally and with dedication while they were so badly let down by the Labour administration who failed to do theirs. Lord Mayor, I rise to move the Conservative Group amendment. Our amendment sets out in two parts. The first part shows how even in this financial mess Birmingham Labour have plunged the city into, it is possible to save valuable frontline services like our local libraries. The second shows how different this year's budget could have been and how different next year's budget must be, by setting out a path showing how to try and clear the deficit, keep council tax lower and to save vital services. In the Commissioner's comments to the alternative budgets, they say, of the savings proposals, all are worthy of consideration. All of worthy of serious consideration. Of course, as the Labour group are fond of saying, we bring forwards like this forward every year, and every year Labour reject them, and that's why we have ended up here. Lord Mayor, this is an important budget. It's a budget that shows just how badly Birmingham Labour have made a mess of the council's finances, and I haven't got a real plan to fix that mess. Instead, all Birmingham Labour have to offer is a double whammy of higher taxes and fewer services. Perhaps residents watching this budget debate for the last 20 minutes will have concluded that the leader and his cabinet live in a fantasy land. Because of all the failures since Birmingham Labour took control of the council 12 years ago, every time people look at their council tax bill, it's gone up. Every year they take their kids to the local pool, the fees have gone up. The car park charges have gone up. Even the gross expenditure of the council has gone up. And yet, despite all these tax and fee rises, Labour has still effectively bankrupted the council. Now, to make matters worse, after over a decade of Labour rule in Birmingham, residents face a future where every time they go to the library, they'll find it closed. Every time they visit a youth centre, it will be shut. They'll see parks no longer maintained, streets no longer cleaned, dumped waste not enforced, broken streetlights not repaired. When it rains, we'll all be reminded how Labour slashed the flood defence budget. A golden decade promised by Labour, destroyed by a decade of Birmingham Labour rule. We've long said we support more funding for councils, but Birmingham Labour like to claim £1 billion has been taken away from the City Council. Sometimes they say that includes inflation and service pressures. Sometimes they say that's on top of service pressures and inflation. They hope that people will believe them when they claim it's the fault of others. So what did the leader of the council say in the 2022 budget meeting? Our books are arguably in the healthiest position they've been in for 30 years. While then Cabinet member and now leader of the council, Councillor John Cotton, said, "We've come through these challenges with our finances in the best state for 3 decades. 2 years ago, a former leader and the current leader described the council's finances as the best in 30 years. Now they would have residents believe that the issues facing Birmingham are due to others at a time the council's budget has increased gross expenditure by £350 million. This year alone, page 388 of the papers, after they'd cut £150 million from the budget. The reality is, for all of the rhetoric that we will hear from the Labour administration today, and we've heard previously about the bankruptcy of Birmingham, this is the fault of Birmingham Labour and no one else. Look at the Section 114 notices last year. There were 3 key causes of Labour's financial mess: potential equal pay liability, compounded by problems with Oracle, and a lack of progress with meeting savings. The Section 25 report of these papers, page 148, perhaps summarises this decade of Birmingham Labour rule the best when it states, "Financial mismanagement is deep-rooted within Birmingham City Council." Like it or not, on equal pay, 7 years the warning signs were there for any member of the administration to see. Back in September 2023, the Birmingham Mail highlighted the history of the equal pay crisis, saying, "Equal pay disaster warnings ignored in desperate bid to end 2017 bin strike." Going on to say the Labour Cabinet was starkly warned of potential equal pay doom as a result. Reports from officers highlighted the risks, adding in stark terms, this was the warning to councillors. If a settlement was reached with the unions that protected Grade 3 roles, there is a low probability that the council could successfully defend these claims for sex discrimination and equal pay. The Birmingham Mail went on to conclude, but as of today, an agreed job evaluation shake-up has still not been done, and thousands of equal pay claims are in motion or planned. The scenario set out in those reports has come to pass. From 2018, regular reports to the Audit Committee flagged the risk of equal pay to the council. although not made public until April 26, 2022, in 2018, the Council and the recognised trade unions agreed to review the 7-grade pay structure as it was viewed as being an inequitable structure. 6 years later, that review still hasn't finished. In December 2018, our group called in the Cabinet report on equal pay over concerns about its contents, but sadly Labour councillors on scrutiny voted to ignore our warnings. On the 15th of March 2019, we again highlighted our concerns when the Labour Council made another settlement with the unions. The Birmingham Mail quoted some of what I said at that meeting. I warned, if in the near future there is a for sale sign up on the historic council house because they've been forced to further asset strip the city to pay for their capitulation, if council tax continues to rise above inflation, or if community libraries, leisure centres and other local services are closed to balance the books, then the public will know just who to blame. And blame Birmingham Labour they will. While an audit report in 2019 warned Labour they had to develop a contingency plan to manage the risk of equal pay, they didn't do it. The Cabinet report on the 15th of December 2020 highlights that the Labour Cabinet were told that equal pay remained a significant challenge and warned that task and finish arrangements during COVID could present a new risk. On the 11th of November 2021, GMB announced they had advised their members not to sign agreements with the Council due to new evidence on equal pay. In April 2022, some Birmingham Labour Cabinet members publicly announced their support for the GMB equal pay claim against their own council that they were Cabinet members in. On the 18th of July 2022, the Birmingham Mail reported 2 unions were demanding the Labour Council leaders stepped in to resolve the equal pay crisis. The paper also reported that over 200 unison members banged on the main doors of the council house demanding equal pay. Warning after warning, year after year, every year since 2017, there have been warnings that the council had to resolve equal pay issues, and every single year since 2017, Birmingham Labour have ignored those warnings. They even failed to act after tweeting support for resolving equal pay issues at the council. When Labour councillor after Labour councillor stands up and tries to blame others for this mess, ask yourselves, what kind of group tweets support for tackling equal pay to win votes in 2022 and then claims they never knew there was an issue in 2023? That, of course, brings us to last year. First, some of the Cabinet, including the current leader and Cabinet member for Finance, were emailed about a potential equal pay liability of up to 800 million on the 3rd of February, but did not inform the budget meeting of this material risk to the Council on the 28th of February. Instead, the new Labour told the Council meeting, this Labour Council is an exemplar in the transformation of financial management. Said with a straight face, full in the knowledge that HMS-BCC's budget had been holed beneath the waterline by the friendly fire of Labour's own actions from the previous 6 years. Despite being warned by external auditors in March, who told the Council had to urgently address the issue and agree a job evaluation scheme by no later than June, the Council called and then cancelled meeting after meeting last summer. Finally, after missed deadline and missed deadline, and 2 Section 114 notices and a Section 5 notice, and warnings from the auditors, on the 12th of October, the Labour group finally agreed a process to carry out a new job evaluation, an amended version of October 2 that they were previously told could not work if not agreed by the 11th of September, a month earlier. 6 years after first being told they needed to act, Birmingham Labour finally agreed to act by the 1st of April 2025. Months after months, years after years of time wasted and potential liabilities increased as Birmingham Labour failed to act. Labour's equal pay crisis, a potential 760 million liability in 2023, has now grown by another 107 million to a total potential liability of 867 million. That's on page 181 of the budget book. That means that since Labour finally claimed clean with the people of Birmingham about their equal pay crisis, the failure of Labour to act has increased the equal pay bill by £306 a minute. £306 a minute, the price to Brummies of Labour's failure to act. Because of the failure of at least some of the Cabinet, including the current leader, to mention to last year's budget meeting of that potential equal pay liability that they knew about but didn't disclose, we asked at a recent Cabinet meeting, not once but twice, for assurances from each Cabinet member individually that they weren't aware of anything else that was being kept from other members. We didn't get a straight answer. We asked in written questions and we haven't had a straight answer. So perhaps when the Cabinet rise to speak today, they will begin by confirming verbally they are not aware of any financial issue That is not being told to the Chamber and the people of Birmingham that would affect this budget. The second major course of Labour's effective bankruptcy of the council is the botched rollout of a new ERP system. 3 years late, 5 times over budget, still not working, set to cost taxpayers at least £130 million to put right. The issues with the Oracle rollout are covered in Section 25 report in the budget papers, but like on equal pay, it's a sorry tale of a Labour cabinet refusing to listen to the warnings of others. It meant that the council is facing an income shortfall and inability to invoice properly, created huge issues for schools, and has exposed the council to the risk of fraud. Yet when challenged about concerns with the rollout over the last 3 years, Labour said that implementation had been subject to intense cabinet member oversight, yet they've seen project management failures at every turn. If that is what intense oversight by Labour produces, no wonder Labour have failed to deliver on 8 out of 10 savings in recent years. Ultimately, when looking back at how Labour effectively bankrupted Birmingham City Council, one need look no further than the National Labour Party Campaign Board report, which said budget cuts and the size of the city are used as reasons to explain the situation. However, this does not hold up to scrutiny. Now, having brought Birmingham to this position, the Labour Council has decided to axe frontline services rather than reshape the council for the 21st century. This is not where we would have taken the council. Having wrecked HMS BCC, Labour now expect others to sail on as if nothing happened. We are clear that if we were in charge, we would not be doing what Labour are doing. We would have been doing what we set out in our future years section of our amendment, and so therefore reject what Labour's plan is. We would have changed much more of this year had Labour been able to provide any accurate financial information. Due to their failures and indecision, they couldn't. Turning to our budget amendment, it sets out how we can protect a range of frontline services, including ensuring that every library is kept open. Libraries form vital community hubs in the heart of communities. Much more than just places for people to loan books, they provide places to schools to visit, as just one of the letters we've received from school children in the city, asking for libraries to be saved, warm spaces, places for people to get support, accessing services, and much more. Our amendment has more funding for waste prevention work, cleaner streets, and of course we would axe Labour's proposed rat tax charge on residents needing rat baiting in the city. We've shown it's possible to protect the flood protection budget. We've also shown how the council can keep more streetlights on to ensure residents are safe and retain 25% of the cultural budget in this city, as well as keeping a local engineers function. We've put forward a range of new savings, including back office savings to cabinet support, communications, EDI, temporary reducing the number of scrutiny committees for 2 years while the council's new governance structure is decided, and a reorganisation of the corporate leadership team. Our amendment also highlights a range of future year savings we feel the administration should be looking at in the coming years, which we're calling on the administration to start work on immediately. And along with that, we've also said what our priorities for those savings would be. Sadly, a failure by the administration to take the budget process seriously has meant that vital work hasn't happened yet, but it must happen this year. The areas we suggest for focus are commissioning and procurement, energy and heat, both using less and generating more, agile workforce, shared services, and reducing the use of consultancy and agency staff. While we'd also use this significant funding for the following priorities. Reducing the deficit. Labour's budget has a £67 million deficit in year 2. That's on page 133. This would help reduce the debt repayments and assets required to be sold to otherwise balance the administration's budget. Retain some of the adult social care centres, keep refuse collections weekly, invest more in transport, and protect Brummies from Labour's bankruptcy tax by keeping council tax lower. As the commissioners have commented about these savings proposals, all are worthy of serious consideration, and consider them this administration must. We've been telling Labour that for a decade, now the commissioners are telling them, and this Labour group needs to start telling their leaders the same. As members and the press consider what weight to give to comments from the Labour group during this debate, it's worth remembering what they said in last year's budget debate. Cabinet Member for Finance said the administration was away from crisis. Councillor John Cotton said we've been working hard to set a balanced 4-year plan. That's not being honest with the people of Birmingham. It's not honest about the causes of this financial crisis, and it's not honest about their lack of plan to fix it. There was little mention of the deficit in his speech from the leader. Last year, the leader boasted it was the first Labour budget to balance. This year, it's got a massive £67 million black hole in it. There was no mention that Labour's choosing to close 24 libraries across the city this year, page 305. No mention that since 2012, when Labour were elected on a promise to freeze council tax would have rocketed by 77% next year, an increase of £855 on a house on average. Labour's 21% hike of council tax over next year, Labour's bankruptcy tax on the people of Birmingham. In a written question, A5 last month, the leader, when asked about his failure to tell the Chamber about a large and accounted for potential equal pay liability, said, "The Cabinet have a duty to use all the relevant considerations when formulating budget proposals." What a shame it was the leader didn't use his speech to explain how his refusal to tell the whole Chamber of this liability last year was meeting that duty that he admits he and his Cabinet had. So there you have it, Lord Mayor. What happened to the golden decade Labour promised? What happened to the best council finances in 30 years? In 2022, Birmingham Labour's manifesto said under Labour, Birmingham is a city on the up. This is our golden decade of opportunity. Now we know what they really meant was under Labour, Birmingham is a city with council tax on the up. That this would be their bankrupt decade of failure. Labour's double whammy of higher taxes for fewer services. Labour hopes residents will believe them when they claim it wasn't their fault. But almost everything they've told about the council has turned out to be wrong. Why would anyone believe them now? They told us it would be a golden decade, then bankrupted the council. They told us they'd made the finances the best they'd been in Birmingham for 30 years. Now we know Birmingham's finances are the worst they've ever been in a 186-year history of this city. Birmingham Labour's making the biggest ever cuts to services to pay for Labour's biggest ever council failure. The auditors, the unions, even the National Labour Party have all made it clear this is Labour's fault and they need to act. Labour's control of HMS-BCC is coming to an end. Rather than presenting a golden decade, they are limping back to port, having rusted and holed the ship through Labour's failure to get a grip of equal pay. Smashed on the rocks of their own botched IT rollout. Unable to go overboard due to their decade of financial mismanagement that have anchored to the ship. Labour are going down and they're determined to try and take Brummies with them. It could have been so different, Lord Mayor, but instead of listening to everyone else over the last decade, they thought they knew best. They ignored 6 years of warnings over equal pay. They ignored warnings about the Oracle rollout before and after it launched. They told the public they were award-winning financial experts while secretly embedding financial mismanagement under their leadership. For Brummies, the council is running out of time to fix its finances before all services loved by our city are lost. But even at this late stage, there is a choice. Back our amendment to save vital services, like all our libraries, like for cleaner streets, like to make our streets safer, and in the long term, follow our proposals to balance the books, deliver better services for adults and young people, keep bin collections weekly and taxes lower. Or back Labour's idea to axe the remaining services on the hold and wrecked HMS-BCC they've created and keep the whole ship afloat via bankruptcy tax rises of 21% on council tax and a rat tax to get rid of pests, with no plan of how to transform the council and put residents first. After a decade of ignoring everyone else, if they won't make the tough choices now to change how the councils work, to modernise the back office, drive down costs so they can protect frontline services, but it's time for them to get out of the way and make way for those who can.
Thank you, Councillor Holden. I'll call on Councillor Ewan Mackey to second the First Amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have the City Solicitor has given me a dispensation to speak as I am a Director of B Music. I rise before you today to second our budget amendment as in the name of Councillor Holden and myself. As he has so eloquently said, in 2022, Labour Group announced that Birmingham City Council was facing a golden decade with the council finances in the best shape ever and coffers overflowing. In 2023, Labour then have to tell us we're bankrupt. The budget that was brought was unlawful. It didn't balance. All of this only in 1 year. And of course, the collapse into financial catastrophe is not something the Labour administration is willing to take responsibility for. John opens his speech with an apology and then spent 20 minutes blaming other people. Labour never do, despite clearly not being very good with money. However, there are plenty of others who are willing to tell us this disaster was made in Labour Birmingham. Let's start with the National Labour Party themselves, the Labour Campaign Improvement Board. They said budget cuts and the size of the city are used as reasons to explain the situation. However, this does not hold up to scrutiny. It's not just the Labour Party who blame Birmingham Labour, though. As remember, they have been subject to 3 Section 24 notices, 2 Section 114 notices, 1 Section 5 notice, 1 independent governance review, and 1 set of auditors' statutory recommendations, the only council in the country to have done so. All of which blame only one constant, Labour Birmingham. These interventions are not things you can simply shrug off or ignore. The comments they contain make for very concerning reading. The Section 24 notices all refer to serious inadequacies in the way the Council looks after its finances. The Section 114 notice told us in this very chamber, one, the Council had made a decision incurring expenditure that was unlawful. Two, taken a course of action that was unlawful. Three, about to enter into an account which is unlawful. Four, taking a course of action which is inaction, which is unlawful. Incurring additional expenditure in the form of a growing liability, which is unlawful. Then later we heard in the Section 5 notice, again in this chamber, the Council is taking a proposal or discussion is about to give rise to a contravention of the rule of law. This is by the Labour group governing this Council. The independent review of governance told us the Cabinet members do not, 1, understand risk, 2, own risk, 3, manage risk, 4, oversee risk, 5, show enough interest in risk, 6, show proactivity in articulating what their expectations of risk are. The auditors, in their statutory recommendations, stated again in this chamber, there is evidence that certain senior officers have been excluded from key decisions with members. And the advice of the monitoring officer has not been properly followed. Well, that's certainly not blaming the officers, is it? That makes for terrifying reading. The financial catastrophe that has befallen this council lies well and truly at the door of this Labour administration. Our commissioners signed off our balanced and approved budget, and this allows for the libraries to be saved. For all the Labour councillors collecting petitions to save their libraries from their own cuts, all you have to do is to put your local area first and vote for our amendment. If you do nothing else, you are voting to close your library. Let me just make that clear to you again. Our amendment saves the libraries. You are collecting petitions to save them. If you do not vote for this amendment, you are closing your libraries. I think you should take a long, hard think about what your priorities are before you vote in the motion today. And if you don't want to take my word for it, take the words of Plato. A library of wisdom is more precious than all the wealth. All things that are desirable cannot be compared to it. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second our amendment.
Thank you. I call upon the leader of the Liberal Democratic Group, Councillor Roger Harmer, to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the amendment in my name and the name of Councillor Jan. This is by far the most damaging budget impacting our city in living memory. It's not just the huge swinging cuts to council services and funding, the big increase in council tax, and the failure, despite these measures, to balance the budget that necessitates the sale of around £750 million of our assets. No, hard though it is to imagine, it's much worse than that. Because the sale of those assets means less income for the council towards future service delivery. And by cutting preventative work, we will dramatically increase the future costs of child and adult social care, damaging lives and burdening future city council budgets with higher costs. So it's pain today, another horrendous budget to complete the cuts next year, and then greater pain stretching into the future. So quite rightly, our residents want to know who is to blame. So far we've heard from the leader. I welcome his apology, but then he goes on to talk at great length about the national situation. Now there certainly is a national problem caused by cuts in government funding. And let's look briefly at why this happens. Its fundamental cause is the massive centralisation of powers in this country, including taxation powers, which will always tempt national governments to pass tax rises or cuts onto local government by cutting their funding, as they are indeed doing now. The long-term answer to this is not to ask national government for some more money. Even if they were to say yes, that would just be a short-term solution. The real answer is to decentralise their taxation powers to something more like you see in pretty well every advanced economy around the world. Did Labour do this when they were last in power? No. So it's hard to have that much sympathy with them now. And the national funding situation is hardly a surprise. Yet while complaining about it, this Labour administration has done nothing to prepare for it. It's as if you knew you had a pay cut coming and yet you carried on partying until all the money ran dry. And we've heard from the Conservatives that it's a Birmingham problem. The failure to manage the budget, even to a very basic extent, with every last penny of last year's savings written off. The Oracle IT disaster, and equal pay. And I remember last autumn standing up here saying, unless we acted now to stop the bleed, we would be losing £300 a minute. And as Councillor Alders has pointed out, that's exactly what has happened. All those points are true, and while the national picture would certainly have meant tough choices about which services to lose and which to save, Birmingham Labour's failures mean this council has to make all the cuts it might otherwise have been choosing between. And it must increase council tax by an extraordinary 21% by next April, and then it must sell off £750 million of assets. And that's for starters. And it's worse than that, because when you read the Section 151 officer's shocking report, you see that even after doing all this, and before we start to address the equal pay situation, we're still facing a £226 million shortfall in the coming financial year, and then a further £76 million of new cuts in 2025-26. So, we are left with a dangerously narrow path to financial safety. That path is outlined in the budget for us today. Well, apart from, of course, the extra 76 million of cuts to be added in for next year. But the next, frankly scary question is, can they deliver? As the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny has said, this council is good on strategies and disastrously bad at delivery. So it is essential that everything possible is done to keep on this narrow path. And blaming others massively increases the risk of failure, of falling off the path. Accepting responsibility is the first step to getting everyone behind the changes that need to be made. Now, I understand why you blame others. You've bankrupted our city and you want to deflect. But in distracting from your failures, and particularly the severity of those failures, and I note there was nothing in Councillor Cotton's speech about the failure of budget management, which is actually the initial cause of the Section 114 notice, you distract from the efforts to put them right. As things stand, the Liberal Democrats on this council have no confidence that the Labour leadership can keep on the narrow path to financial security. And let's be totally clear what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I think there's a risk we'll fall off the path, but that without ongoing, tough Commissioner intervention, we would have expected it. We have no confidence whatsoever in your ability to deliver what you propose. The one thing I do have confidence in is that if you fail, you'll have a good story as to why it isn't your fault. It's the fault of others. You may be abysmal at running the council, but you're great at blaming others for it. So, we need to do everything we can to keep on track. It will need a lot of things to come together to happen. First of all, we have the firm hand of the Commissioners, and I fully understand why they felt the need to sit amongst us. It sends the right message, but while they can lead where our cabinet has failed, that won't be enough. We need all council departments to deliver. Recent history says this is a big ask. It calls for seismic cultural change, and that requires crystal clear leadership and direction, not misdirection towards those you want to blame. And while we need to value the ideas, and knowledge of our citizens, while we were concerned about the flawed nature of the resident consultation that took place from early December to the 17th of January, it's a terrible sign of how this council continues to work that the results of that consultation have not been made public. In creating our amendment, I wanted to have those public opinions so that I could consider them in all our proposals. I've called for this several times and been met with silence. It speaks to an arrogance that the council knows best, even when it's responsible for the hole we're in. And then we have the political leadership of the council. Clearly, our democratic processes mean Labour will stay in power until 2026, when I have no doubt the residents will exact a savage revenge on them. In the meantime, we propose to improve the challenge and transparency by putting scrutiny in the hands of opposition councillors who are not tainted with having been in power for the past 7 disastrous years. This is the best way to ensure all councillors are playing their role as effectively as they can in the recovery of the council. It also means that the dead hand of Labour marking their own homework doesn't delay progress, as it has up to now. This budget is not ours, and as I've said, will do untold damage to our city. We don't support it, but we will try to make it better. So first, we are calling for the Ladywood Regeneration Scheme to be reset, reshaped and restarted. It's clear that it's going in the wrong direction, with a lack of resident involvement in its initial development and levels of affordable housing that are far too low. To be clear, we want the scheme reset because we want it to succeed. The people of Ladywood welcome regeneration. They just want to be heard and respected, and they want assurances that after all the disruption, they will not be detrimentally impacted. Success will deliver high-quality, affordable housing, including housing for social rent. Businesses in the area will be properly consulted and given the conditions to thrive. This council can't afford failure in Ladywood, and neither can the people whose lives and livelihoods depend on it. So it's time to reset. It would be frankly reckless to carry on now, when the alarm bells are ringing, and when the council is, to put it mildly, somewhat distracted by other issues, including the sale of a large amount of our property. More generally, the council seems determined to trash our heritage and other things people value if it helps developers. The most recent example being the electric cinema. We say no. We must preserve what we can of the city for the future of our environmental, economic and cultural growth. The monetary savings from halting Labour regeneration are modest, but in the short term it can be usefully ploughed back into our libraries, and I'll return to that. Secondly, on waste, we have the following proposals. There's double shift waste lorries. It's a pretty basic rule of business that if you have an expensive asset, you use it as heavily as you can. So why not have morning and afternoon shifts so that we need far fewer lorries to keep our bins emptied? Now, for sure, you don't halve the costs, as wear and tear on the vehicles will be faster. But it won't be twice as fast, especially if you move to electric trucks that have fewer moving parts to wear out. Our next recommendation is on managing food waste, which has positive financial and environmental benefits. Let's start the move to food waste in a phased way to reduce the scale of resources needed. How does that help? Well, the evidence is that if the big benefit of food waste collections is that when people start putting out their food waste in caddies, they are shocked by how much they waste and start cutting down. This means that after a while, you need less capacity in the system. So introducing it all in one go means that you risk wasting capacity that is only used in the early days. One way to avoid that is to roll it out area by area across the city. And as each area reduces in demand, you move the spare capacity to the next area to participate. We also recommend saving the full neighbourhood waste enforcement team. This team is responsible for pulling together the evidence to prosecute fly tippers and checking businesses have sufficient waste disposal contracts. Frankly, the current contingent of 6 is inadequate for Birmingham, so cutting it in half will do massive damage to our street scene for a tiny saving. This wins the prize of the most short-sighted and self-defeating cut in the whole budget, and there is plenty of competition. Any saving will be wiped out by extra fly tipping costs. The only group that will benefit is those that break the law, and of course the four-legged rats too. We believe that as a package these measures will create significant savings. The fact that the department doesn't seem to recognise, or perhaps simply can't deliver them, is yet another sign, if you needed one, of what is wrong with this council. Beyond these immediate proposals, we have more fundamental priorities that require more radical reshaping of our council, and we will develop detailed plans on how to develop them ahead of the 2026 elections. As part of that, we have to find creative ways to protect and redevelop early intervention in children's services and adult social care. And we also have to radically recreate real localism across our communities. So I listened to that element of the leader's speech with great interest, and we will see what emerges in reality. But when you look at the budget, it tragically marks another step in the ongoing destruction of the small remaining elements of localism. The complete destruction of the successful Neighbourhood Action Coordinator pilot will lead to a more distant and less efficient council. Then we have the halving of support for ward forums. This really illustrates the congenital centralising tendency of this administration. It is a contention of my group that the most effective and the most cost-effective way of delivering most services is by making decisions as close as possible to residents. If you're going to cut the number of times you speak to them formally to, at best, once every 4 months, what hope is there of that? Well, one of the reasons we have for prioritising money for our libraries is that in so many communities they are the last physical outpost of the council. We must protect and nurture these by all means, use them more creatively, that is what is needed to enable them to survive, and Councillor Tilsley will speak more about this, but they must survive. Once they are gone forever. Now, people say that the darkest hour is just before the dawn. The threat of this budget is that we have years of winter to go through before there is any sign of spring. We see a budget balanced at a cost of future income. We see residents impoverished by ballooning council tax bills. And we see damage to our future done by strangulation of key services. Not every part of that is this council's fault, but the majority is, and Birmingham Labour needs to own up to that and accept it. There is a brighter future available for the citizens of Birmingham. It's a future without the factionalism, backbiting, self-interest and greed of the current Labour administration. The Labour Party nationally felt it could deal with the impending crisis by changing the leader. But the truth is that the only way that it will really change is that when the voters throw them out, as I'm sure they will in 2026. We have to do better than this. We can do better than this. And once Labour are out, we will do better than this. Thank you, Lord.
I call upon Councillor Moriam Jan to second the second amendment.
Let me just check if Councillor Ian Ward is in here. Yep. Let me thank you, Lord Mayor. Let me take you down memory lane to the 28th of February 2023 budget debate. The Labour leader, Councillor Ian Ward, delivered a speech which was applauded loudly by the Labour group. I wonder if 1 year on, they still feel as proud as they did about the budget. Let me remind everyone in this chamber, Councillor Ian Ward talked about a bold, ambitious plan, a golden decade, showcasing to the world a diverse city, which would bring opportunity and prosperity for all. Councillor Ward proclaimed boldly that MP and former Prime Minister Liz Truss should resign because of the damage she has caused to the national economy. Yet, after bankrupting the city, we know that Councillor Ward is still sitting quietly on the back benches. I take it you don't fancy your chances at a by-election in Shard End Ward. Families are struggling financially, homelessness is increasing, adult social care is stretched to breaking point, and young people are worried about their future and they don't feel safe on the streets. Food crisis is on the increase. I put it to you, Birmingham Labour, that your failings have run our city into the ground. Not everyone knows that. Now everyone knows that you enjoyed your Commonwealth Games holiday a few years ago. The city enjoyed it too, and by large, although my residents in Perry Bar paid a heavy price at this time. Still, considering the facts ahead of the Games, we advised you not to go ahead with the event, and indeed many others were sceptical about it. But Councillor Ward was intent on getting on with it. He said, we will not betray the residents' trust. This Labour Council is getting on with the job. Was the job bankrupting the city? Was that two-week party worth millions of pounds worth of assets we need to sell? Or the jobs that will be lost? Or the services that will be stopped? Councillor Ward then went on and said people had had enough. Labour will restore people's hopes, changes, and they need it now. While the public can truly see now what Labour is capable of delivering, and I am sure that they will change the direction of their vote when it comes to the next set of elections in 2026. Liberal Democrats proposed the contracting of waste in one of our former amendments. If this council had done this many years ago, this equal pay would not exist. I was angered to find out the equal pay liability sum had officially risen from 760 million to 816 million. When I asked why this had increased, I found out it was because the task and finish has still not stopped, even though it was well known that this is a key factor relating to equal pay. That's 56 million extra, 56 million because it is not being managed properly. Don't dare tell us that this is anything other than a catastrophic mismanagement. People are losing their jobs, their livelihood. Almost everyone will have to find more money to pay the council tax. Crucial special education needs transport is being reviewed, or should I say stopped, and staff morale is on the floor. When I came into this council, my first motion was to introduce bleed kits. I never thought I'd see the day when our entire council needed a bleed kit because of the hemorrhaging so much cash. Labour, this is rubbish. You have not spent taxpayers' money well. You continue to waste money now. This money is not to be squandered. It needs to go on services that will benefit our residents. You should remember we are here to serve our residents. Where there's special educational needs support, where the youth service, where's the safety net for families in crisis, where's their libraries, their bin collections? How is this budget anyway levelling up Brum when those that rely on this council most will pay the highest price for your failure? I'll tell you now, it's not. This is not levelling up, this is creating inequality. I'm a corporate parent and I take my duty seriously. I'm not standing by whilst you ruin the chances of generations of children. I'm also a proud representative of Perry Bar. My residents had enough and they deserve better. They have seen through your spin with their own eyes. The apartments in Perry Bar that you refer to as being an award-winning are still empty, just like your promises. I will not be voting for this Labour budget. It's your mess and you need to own it. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon the leader of the Green Group, Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This budget is simply unsafe, unjust and unsustainable. It will cause more problems for communities, harm for residents
and actually costs for council in the future, as it pushes children, families into needing more statutory and acute support going forward. And if the council ever came into any more money in the future and wanted to restart some of these cut services that it is about to cut, by cutting so much now, it makes it more expensive and more difficult and costly to do so in the future. It's clear, Lord Mayor, the Labour administration has completely managed this council's finances through Oracle, equal pay, previous budgets. And it is also true that Conservative governments have also completely underfunded local councils. Both are true, both can be true. Labour councillors will call out the cuts to funding, but will National Labour restore this lost funding for councils? I haven't heard those promises nationally from Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves that they will make a specific promise to restore all that billion lost funding. And so these complaints that it's been taken away do ring hollow when that is not going to happen. A good, or that should be, maybe that should be terrible example, Lord Mayor, of how this budget will increase future problems is the slashing of the youth service budget. This abandons young people and will create future problems for young people, families and communities, as well as costs for this council. And it's not just this year that this has been proposed, Lord Mayor. The Labour administration has proposed cuts to it last year and in previous years. So when even things aren't going so bad, the youth service is targeted, demonstrating this Labour administration's poor attitude to youth services in this city. It sees young people as a soft touch and not important. Maypole Youth Centre in my ward is so vital to young people who use it, providing support, a safe space, activities for young people. But let's not take my word for it, Lord Mayor. I've received a number of letters that the leader and the cabinet member refused to come out to receive. The ones from Maypole have been made their way to me. And I'm going to read these out, Lord Mayor, for the rest of my speech time and hear from these young people's voices about the importance of their youth centre. Dear Councillor Pritchard, I think the youth centre should stay open, because when I'm bored, I go to the youth centre and people there make me feel happy. I also think it should stay open because the staff here are also nice and they make me feel happy. The staff make me feel wanted and warm. I'll be quite sad if youth gets shut down because I will be bored and won't be able to see my friends there. If it doesn't shut down, then I will be very excited and happy. Please do not shut our youth centre. Thanks. Dear Councillor, I have a one-to-one youth worker. She comes to see me once a week and allows me to talk to her about everything that's going on in my life recently. She is so helpful. She listens to me and she gives me advice on how to cope with everything. I remember one time she came to my house and I was really not in the mood to talk, so she didn't make me. We just went for a walk and eventually I began to talk. It took me a while to trust her and to open up. I don't trust people very easily. So when it was a big thing for me to open up to her, she never once pushed me to talk if I didn't want to. When I first joined school I'm at now, I didn't go to any lessons because I was very anxious about going to them. But my youth worker encouraged me to go to them and she spoke to my head of year and got me to meet the other teachers first. She's not always so serious though. We have times when we are laughing and joking around with each other. She always tells me off for not wearing my glasses. She is amazing at her job and she does not lose her job over something she has no fault and something she has no control over. Dear Councillor Julian Pritchard, I'm a young person who attends Maypole Youth Centre. We've heard about the likely cuts to our Birmingham youth centres and we want to do our best to stop this from happening. This youth centre is very important to me because it makes me feel like I have a safe space, have people to talk to, have people who are happy to help all the time. If my youth centre wasn't here, I wouldn't have a safe space to go to and I wouldn't have anywhere to go when I feel low. Please support our youth service by talking to other councillors and voting against their decisions to cut our youth services. Dear Councillor, I'm a young person who comes to Maypole Youth Centre and I think you shouldn't close down this youth centre because this is where we all get along here and it makes me feel safe. My youth centre helps me cope with school problems, with different problems really. I can speak to the youth workers here. Please don't let the cuts go ahead because it helps young people be supported. Dear Councillor Julian Pritchard, I'm a young person who goes to the Maypole Youth Centre. I've heard about what is happening to Birmingham Youth Services and this has really upset me because the youth centre has been a big difference to my life as it built my confidence massively and now I have a lot more friends in my area. I enjoy going to the youth centre because it's a place to socialise and spend time outside of school. At my youth centre I know I can talk to the youth workers with no judgment and they will try their hardest to help and support me. If my youth centre wasn't here, I would no longer have a safe space to go to where I can speak freely and feel listened to. I also would not have a place to socialise with new people. Please support my youth centre and others in this hard time. Thank you for your time and consideration. Dear Councillor, I'm a young person who attends Maypole Youth Centre. I'm worried about the financial cuts that will be made to Birmingham City Council, and that these cuts are likely to affect my youth centre, which is part of Birmingham Youth Service. I've been attending my youth centre for a couple of months now. During that time, I've been able to do a variety of things I would not have otherwise had the opportunity to do. My youth centre is important to me as it gives me the opportunity to speak to new people and figure out new things. I also have the opportunity to express my feelings whenever I'm feeling upset, and they're always there to listen to me and give me advice if needed. If my youth centre wasn't there, I wouldn't have a safe space to go and make friends, learn new things, and again, different skills and interests that will help me later in life. Please support my youth service by talking to other councillors and voting against reductions to the youth service budget so they continue to offer my peers and myself a much needed support in a safe and friendly space. Dear Councillor, we are young people who attend Maypole Youth Centre. We are worried about what's in the news and whether we will lose our centre. Between us, we have been attending our youth centre for over 5 years. In that time, we've been able to do lots of things that we couldn't before. We are active and get loads of opportunities to try different sports like football, tennis and fun team games. We've built up our self-esteem and it helps us socialise more. We get our food at our centre, we get to cook and prepare it ourselves, which helps us to become independent for the future. We can use the computer equipment and develop our skills and do homework. We go on trips, meet other young people from around Birmingham and have fun. We talk about things that affect us. We decide on things we want to do. It's a good environment and makes us happy. It gives us a break from everyday problems. Our youth centre is important to us. Don't take it away. We can talk to the youth workers if we have a problem, and they're always happy to help us. If our youth centre wasn't here, we wouldn't have a safe space to go and make friends, learn new things and gain different skills that will help us later in life. Please support the youth service by talking to other councillors and voting against the cuts to the youth service so they continue to offer us all the support in a safe and friendly place. Please don't let them shut down our youth centre, because we don't have anywhere to feel safe and be with our mates. We'll be on the streets and more crimes will be committed by the young people. I feel safe here. There's loads of sports activities. I love art and I get to try different things. There are workers that we can talk to and to help us. Dear Councillor Pritchard, I have read the news that youth services could be cut. Please can you talk to people that make the decisions to stop this from happening? My centre is a warm, friendly, happy place to be. When I was kicked out of school, the youth centre was the only place I could go. I feel listened to here and can be myself. Please help us to save our youth centre. Dear Julian Pritchard, I've been coming to Maypole Youth Centre for 6 years, and for that longest time this club has felt like a second home. Each time I've come here, I've been welcomed, and to see everyone makes me smile, because every youth worker is like family. They are trustworthy, kind, funny, and no matter when they are, they're always there. Maypole holds a special place in my heart, and for it to be gone, I would feel lost, because for the last 6 years, without the club, my life would have been so different. Going somewhere else would never feel the same. If Maypole closes, think of those people whose journeys at this club have yet to come. The people who devote their lives to people like me, who have never stopped believing in me, having to settle for something else other than what they love doing. I'm pleading with you to keep Maypole open, because without it, life wouldn't be the same. What would you rather? A community shattered by knife crime because they have no support, or would you want a place where people can feel at home, show their true selves and get support? I know what I would think. And with that, Lord Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. I call upon the Chair of the Coordinating and Overview Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Sir Edward Bowe, to speak in relation to the Budget Scrutiny Task and Finance Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have been given dispensation because of my directorships with business improvement districts and B Music. Lord Mayor, first may I thank the Section 151 officer for the clarity of her report. She and the finance team have provided frank comment on the structural collapse of the 23-24 budget, the increasing demand and costs of adults and children's social care, and the increasing demand for temporary accommodation. pressures, I have to say, similar to many other local authorities. But as a result, the Section 15 officer has spoken of the need to rebase the 23-24 budget and consequently introduce a high level of savings into the 24-25 and 25-26 budgets. An earlier version of the savings proposal set out in Appendix 1 of today's budget report were provided in December to the Budget Scrutiny Task and Finish Group, and were the basis of the work undertaken by that group of members that eventually, after over 30 hours, led to a report of the Task and Finish Group endorsed by the Finance and Resources ONS Committee. Lord Mayor, the process that followed enabled the Task and Finish Group to be involved in in-depth scrutiny of the budget proposals that emerged from the corporate leadership team in November, and in a way, I have to add, that was never previously allowed to scrutiny by this Council. I wish to thank the members of that Task and Finish Group, a cross-party group of Labour scrutiny chairs, Councillor Bobby Alden and Ewan Mackey from the Conservative group, and Councillor Paul Tilsley from the Lib Dem group, who engaged in probing senior officers from every directorate on the proposals they had taken through CLT. We were not seeking to express an opinion in support of or in opposition to individual budget proposals, but to question the deliverability of the proposals and their impact on residents and the Council's workforce. Lord Mayor, I believe that on this occasion, scrutiny has added value to the development of the 2024-25 and 25-26 budgets, recognised, I believe, by the Commissioners in their review of the Budget Scrutiny Report presented for endorsement to the Finance and Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Commissioners noted that it was a serious piece of work and had identified many key issues, but which need to be addressed as the savings proposals move through agreement into implementation. Lord Mayor, I intend to comment on several of the recommendations in the report, but in the time available to me, it will not be possible to deal with all 71 recommendations. The first recommendation was that all savings must have clear delivery plans with arrangements to hold budget holders across the organisation at different levels accountable to the delivery of the savings and with key milestones towards the delivery of those savings. Now, we cannot again be in a position whereby 39.9 million of 23-24 savings have been written off. Already, scrutiny committees are programming meetings from April onwards that will monitor delivery and escalate concerns to the Cabinet on the delivery of the 2024-25 and 25-26 budgets. As is stated in the response from the Cabinet to the Budget Scrutiny Report, ONS will be provided with updates on the savings relevant to each scrutiny committee throughout the 24-25 financial period to align those updates to Cabinet. Lord Mayor, this must happen. The eighth recommendation requires that an impact assessment of the savings proposals on the community and voluntary sector is undertaken to assess the cumulative effect for communities in Birmingham. The response from Cabinet is to agree to take into account the recommendations and consideration of the draft 24-25 budget, specifically outlined in Appendix 2 of the responses to the Budget Task and Finish Group. Now, in respect to Recommendation 8, that proposal is that equality impact assessments have been produced for applicable saving proposals. These equality impact assessments are now available on the Birmingham City Council website. So I've looked over several of these assessments. They are, I have to say, of variable quality, some providing a depth of information from which impact can be measured. But on the other hand, others do not fully identify the potential impact of the saving proposed. Furthermore, Lord Mayor, the issue of concern to the Budget Scrutiny Group was that while equality impact assessments should be provided, as they have been, prior to the budget meeting of the Council, the aggregate impact of a number of the proposed savings must be assessed, as the effect of one saving may be exacerbated by another saving, or indeed disproportionately impact some individuals, families or communities that are already disadvantaged. Lord Mayor, I have to say on this matter, we cannot remain a silo organisation. In several recommendations, for example, recommendation 21 on the corporate landlord operational property savings and recommendation 53, a move to fortnightly residual waste collections, we have suggested that consideration should be given to bringing forward some of the 25-26 savings into 24-25. I will say here now that scrutiny will be monitoring those delivery plans for these and other savings to ensure that this action is being pursued. On recommendation 14, we have suggested also that there is a multitude of income activities that should be explored. For example, enforcement around drop curbs, lane rental, which I see is in the Conservative group amendment, and the introduction of a hotel tax. The Cabinet response is that the directorates have been looking at their income opportunities. So again, I say, Lord Mayor, that scrutiny will be monitoring directorate budgets for assurances that this action will continue through 24-25. Finally, Lord Mayor, service redesign and restructure has been put forward by several directorates, and the value of the savings identified adds up to many millions of pounds, but often with a high-risk assessment on the delivery of those savings. Again, this is another set of savings about which scrutiny needs to remain vigilant. Lord Mayor, earlier in my comments, I suggested that scrutiny had added value to the development of the budget proposals before us today. The Cabinet and CLT will begin further work on the 25-26 budget in April. Scrutiny members will be looking to refine and improve their engagement as this work proceeds. We hope to take further the action we've taken in respect to the budget report today, and I hope that scrutiny will be given the support by the Executive and by management that will be needed for us to carry forward that work. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Grenadier de Ordre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's clear Labour is to blame for this debacle. And some of those Labour councillors who persist in peddling the line that it isn't weren't on the council when we had the bin strike, so they presumably don't realise that the Conservatives were warning then that the deal brokered could lead to an equal pay issue. But the Labour leadership knew, and they ignored the warnings. So that mess is their fault, no one else's. Ditto Oracle. And the budget Labour have presented today contains their cuts, not the Commissioner's cuts and not ours. There are alternatives. The Conservative amendment shows that. Because of Labour, money has to be saved. But even so, there's a choice in how the Council chooses to save it. So let there be no mistake. Labour's budget is where they want the axe to fall. In our amendment, Conservatives prioritise frontline services. We pay for it by cutting the costs of backroom staff. For example, reducing the corporate leadership team, which at 40-odd people attending CLT is way too cumbersome. We cut advertising bills and do things such as introducing a lane rental system for roadworks. We've all been completely fed up this year at how utilities put up their temporary traffic lights, then don't start work for days on end, causing mayhem while no work takes place. It infuriates residents and councillors alike. Make the utilities companies pay to focus their minds. Conservatives put more resources into street cleaning and graffiti removal. People don't want to live in a filthy city just because Labour can't balance the books. And we would scrap Labour's rat tax. It's obvious. If you have to pay to deal with rats, people will not report them because they can't afford to. Couple that with fortnightly bin collections and parts of the city could get overrun. What's Labour hoping for? The Pied Piper to come round the corner? In future, some children won't even be able to read poems such as the Pied Piper because Labour want to shut libraries. Our amendment keeps them, all of them. Libraries are clearly not a Labour priority, as Labour intends to decimate the service. Some Labour councillors have hypocritically supported petitions to keep open the libraries which they themselves are axing. Today, we've helped those councillors out. They can vote this evening to keep their local libraries by supporting our amendment. I challenge them to do it. Our amendment saves the district engineers, who know their areas and do valuable work in our wards, including dealing with queries from members of the public. They are a valuable asset and should be retained. A few months ago, I considered some of the Labour cabinet to be mediocre. I suspect now, with services about to be slashed and council tax rocketing, many Brummies will agree with me. Indeed, some might say I was being kind, and incompetent is a better description. But some of the scrutiny chairmen are worse than incompetent. They haven't even turned up. In the past few months, 2 have been absent continually from meetings which they are paid extra to chair. One wasn't even in the country. So blame them when we suggest the council could save money by temporarily axing some of these committees that they have treated with such disdain. Financial scandals have brought this council to its knees, home-to-school transport being one. If a family decided to pay for a taxi to take their child a couple of miles to school every day, would they pay the taxi driver, say, $40,000 a year to do it? Of course they wouldn't. It would take all their income, and the taxi driver wouldn't need to do another job. But when the council is footing the bill, these kind of eye-watering sums are deemed okay. When it's other people's cash they're spending, don't Labour question if they're getting value for money? And why have they just laid a new floor covering in the basement when we're famously broke? Handy for sweeping things under the carpet, I suppose. However, one Labour councillor didn't try to hide her feelings. The press reported she cried at Cabinet at the thought of taking away grants to cultural organisations, but then voted for it anyway. Well, she can dry her tears. Our amendment will protect 25% of the cultural grants, and people can feel safer when travelling home from a night out, because under the Conservatives, the street lights would stay on. So Labour councillors can support our amendment and get some of the things they're bleating they want. Or they can vote Labour, the Labour way, to prioritise backroom staff and over frontline services, to spend money on equality and diversity when we're broke, and to keep their own special responsibility allowances whether they turn up to the meetings or not. Today, Labour councillors can make that choice, and in 2026, the residents can judge them on it. Lord Mayor, I support the Conservative amendment.
Councillor Rob Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have had a dispensation for today's meeting in view of my position as a BCC appointee as a trustee of the Birmingham and Midland Institute. We've set out in our budget here today a practical way of dealing with Birmingham's problems. We accept our share of responsibility for those problems. The Secretary of State, in appointing the commissioners, recognised there is a shared responsibility in this city by all political parties. This was repeated by Sir Bob Kerslake nearly 10 years ago. We accept our responsibility. We're waiting to see other parties accept their share too. So we've sought to protect basic services where we can. My portfolio covers social care, public health, sport and leisure services. In each of these cases, we have endeavoured to produce a budget that minimises the negatives and endeavours to maximise the opportunities. And I pay tribute to the Conservative group, having made no amendments whatsoever to the adult social care budget. So it's great to see that they support 97.5% of the budget before us today. In the case of adult social care, we have not just protected the budget, we've increased that budget. We put £50 million extra into this budget. 426 million this year, rising to 475 million next year. That's a 12% increase in the budget available. I pay tribute to the officers of this council who've fought to protect this service and to build it where they can. However, the £50 million is not enough to meet the gap still existing between the pincer movements of the growth in the costs of the service and the increasing demand for that service. The government's paltry £11 million, attempting to prop up local government, contributed to this city, is nowhere near enough to meet even the 50 million that we've put back into it, let alone enough to be able to protect the services that we have. The officers have done a great job in the protection of care packages and will continue to meet the legal obligations of the Care Act 2014. But, as I've said, in spite of the additional funding, it is still not enough to meet the ever-increasing demand. So we will seek efficiencies where we can across our care centres, our day centres and the home care enablement service. But we will do this in collaboration with our service users, with our staff and with our recognised trade unions. Yes, this is a Labour council. We believe our trade unions are partners, not enemies. We will work in collaboration with our recognised trade unions wherever possible. We seek solutions, not conflict. That is the approach this Labour Council will take. We are the only party that will take that approach to the budget. We progress further with the localisation of the adult social care budget. We have improved the way the public health grant is being applied innovatively to protect, as the leader has said, the transition of the wellbeing centres to a new form of funding. We've also applied the adult social care budget to protect other non-statutory services of this council. So we have vaping controls, we have support to the park rangers in parts of the city where people need to get out, get active and keep healthy. And we've developed, again, as a result of the creative and innovative work of our officers, a memorandum of understanding which legitimises the use of the public health grant for these purposes. Finally, in my portfolio on sport and leisure, we've kept increases in fees and charges below the level of inflation of previous years. We've assisted, as I've mentioned, the protection of the 9 wellbeing centres in the city. We're bringing in income from the commercial activities of leisure centres and maritime golf. So there'll be a revenue stream to the council. And we've sought ways of sharing the running costs of the Alexander Stadium with other outside bodies. So in summary, Lord Mayor, we've sought to protect the basics, create innovative partnerships and transform our services. Despite the difficulties, we are paving the way, as the leader has said, for building a better Birmingham. Thank you.
Councillor Deborah Harris.
Sadly, it seems likely that history will be made today as we deprive the arts in this city of every single penny of funding and for the first time in a century not support our internationally acclaimed orchestra. Established to be part of the Birmingham civic, social and cultural welfare, the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra was the UK's first publicly funded orchestra. Championed by Neville Chamberlain as Lord Mayor, City Councillors right here in March 1919 agreed a £1,250 grant and Edward Elgar conducted in its first concert. And here we are in 2024 cutting 100% of their grant. Thankfully, the councillors of the interwar years had more foresight. Because, of course, our arts and culture hold so much more value than lines in a budget. It is the very soul of our city, its personality, its standing in the world, and why many people come to live and work here. Just as a reminder, the cultural sector in the West Midlands is worth £1 billion. It employs 50,000 people and attracts nearly 30 million visitors that spend nearly £3 billion. In making these historic proposals, I would ask those opposite not to add insult to injury by not taking responsibility for these drastic decisions.
The mantra of high inflation, increased adult social care costs and reduced government funding of £1 billion over the last decade is ringing in my ears. All good reasons, I would say, to have taken more care, not less, with the funding the City Council did have. But here we are, with the potential for a further £1 billion to be taken out of the budget due to the mishandling of equal pay and the mismanagement of Oracle. And that is on top of another £1 billion already taken out of the budget for the last equal pay claims. Clearly, there is a national context. Public services have been hollowed out, other councils are in dire straits, and local government funding and the service it provides needs overhauling. But to not focus on the unique failings in Birmingham that have embarrassed this city is disingenuous and insulting to residents. How can any of this mess be put right if there is no individual or collective acceptance by those opposite of what has gone wrong? What does this now mean for our arts and culture sector and the role the City Council plays in it? What does it say to the rest of the country and in fact the world about the environment we create in this city for art to flourish? This is the city where Charles Dickens first read A Christmas Carol to an audience. Tolkien's boyhood imagination was sparked by Sarehole Mill and Joan Armatrading first picked up a guitar. Will we still be able to attract the international heavyweights, such as Carlos Acosta to the Birmingham Royal Ballet, or the late Graham Vick to set up Birmingham Opera Company? Will we still be able to help launch the careers of the likes of Simon Rattle at the CBSO, or Laurence Olivier at the Birmingham Rep? Our artistic heritage is rich, yet just this week we hear of the possible fate of Station Street, which houses the country's oldest working cinema, its oldest repertory theatre, and the pub that launched Black Sabbath and heavy metal. Developers can build as many fancy flats as they like, but if Birmingham is reduced to a cultural backwater, who will want to live in them? I will join Peaky Blinders creator Stephen Knight in his optimism that our great art institutions will survive, but it will not be due to any help from this City Council. So therefore I cannot support the complete wiping out of funding for the arts, as well as further drastic cuts to much needed services, whilst asking residents to pay 10% more on their council tax. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to begin by declaring that I've got dispensations granted to me by the monitoring officer for the outside bodies that I sit on as listed within my register of interests. I'd like to start by being surprised that the leader offered an apology, because previously it's a word that he struggled to say, and initially it looked like he was going to accept that the Labour group were responsible for the financial mess that this council was in, but very quickly going straight into blaming the government, blaming local government finance and the cuts that have taken place that he talks about constantly, and the Labour group have talked about constantly, time and time and again. We've heard them before say that apparently the government's taken away £1 billion. Yet, if we look in some of the evidence, we look at the Section 114 notices, of which there have been several, the Section 5 notice that's been issued, and the reports issued by the external auditors, no one refers to this £1 billion that's disappeared within that. We could even look at some of the comments that the commissioners have said at today's paperwork, where it says this council is in an extremely serious financial position as a result of the past decisions it has taken, both in deciding to take specific actions and failing to recognise and take proper corrective action. And then perhaps we can even go to the Section 25 report that our Chief Finance Officer has produced, where she talks about financial mismanagement is deep-rooted within Birmingham City Council, with an over-reliance on the use of reserves, growing liabilities, imprudent estimates in relation to financial planning, historical inability to deliver savings, and a number of open prior accounts back to 2020. It even talks about the council must find a way to live within its means, that is, being financially sustainable and not placing reliance on the use of reserves unnecessarily, as been over the practice over prior years. And it even goes on to say, over the past few years, there's been poor organisational leadership and culture, including inadequate financial management and controls, with a lack of focus on the short and medium-term financial sustainability of the council. Again, no mention of £1 billion within all of that. But then we can also turn to the Labour Party's National Campaign Improvement Board, which says budget cuts and the size of the city are used as reasons to explain the situation. However, this does not hold up to scrutiny. Other large local authorities with similar levels of deprivation and inequality have also suffered largely, in some cases, greater cuts without the same issues with basic services, and Birmingham's size gives real opportunities for economies of scale in universal services. So if they don't want to believe the commissioners, the chief finance officer or the external auditors, they should believe their own party when they say it as well. Quite frankly, it is a disgrace, Lord Mayor, especially when, back in February 2022, we had cabinet members grinning ear to ear about their golden decade of opportunity that they talked about for Birmingham to come. And now we have instead what they're here, as well as dodging the blame, they're trying to institute slash and burn, a scorched earth of local government, slashing that even Attila the Hun would be proud of. When we look at some of the stuff that they're getting rid of or axing, they're proposing to cut adult social care, funding to children's services, youth services, even the culture. Perhaps if the cabinet members had spent a little time enjoying life and focusing on getting their jobs done, we wouldn't be having to do that. They're closing youth centres, moving bin collections to fortnightly. They're cutting street cleansing. They're closing day centres. They're cutting highways maintenance. The leader and the deputy leader talked about the household support fund, yet they're axing the local wear assistance scheme in its entirety. They're reducing the number of MHRCs. They're even hitting flood risk, dimming the street lights. And even when we talk about pest control. Now, pest control is something that has been talked about over the years in terms of, when we've had to look at savings. And they've always maintained it as free. Yet now we have, even during the deepest, darkest days of austerity, it was maintained free. And now before us, Lord Mayor, we have ourselves the rat tax. In fact, Lord Mayor, we have a budget so frightening it should be shelved in the horror section of local libraries. But no, they're to go as well. The leader and the deputy leader talked about wanting to focus on neighbourhoods. Well, what neighbourhoods will exist when you've axed the libraries, you've axed the youth centres, you've closed the community centres? There won't be any neighbourhoods left if the Labour get away with their budget that they've put forward today. Now, as usual, the Conservatives have put forward an alternative budget, which has been presented and has gone through both the Chief Finance Officer and the Commissioners, and they're of the view that these savings deserve proper consideration. And we have a number of them listed before us. Oops, on too many pages. The Conservative group will put forward a number of things, particularly around saving community libraries. We'll keep our local engineers instead of cutting them, as this Labour Council wants to put forward. We will undo Labour's rat tax. We will cease the non-statutory waste prevention. We'll undo that. They want to even charge in the car parks, Lord Mayor. There's a huge waste of things that they're going to put forward, which are not needed, and has been touched on before. If Labour councillors are really concerned about the impact that their cuts are going to have, particularly around local libraries, we have presented a way forward today, and I call on all those present to vote for our amendment today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Chairman Suleiman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I have a dispensation in relation to a pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests in order to participate in the debate today. Lord Mayor, I stand here today with a heavy heart. When I became Cabinet Member less than a year ago, I didn't imagine my role would involve making such difficult decisions. As someone who grew up in one of the most deprived wards in Birmingham, I share the worry and concern felt by our communities. I recognise that the decisions that we will take today will have an unprecedented impact on non-statutory services, not least on the culture service and the support Birmingham City Council has historically been able to offer to the city's cultural organisations. We must be honest that there are specific things that have gone seriously wrong in Birmingham, and today we take steps on the road to recovery. We have a collective duty to bring this council back to a sound financial footing and to ensure that services deliver for the residents of this city. It is heartbreaking that we are making cuts to funding that will have an impact on our cultural organisations. However, the arts sector would have been in a much better position if art funding hadn't seen a dramatic and damaging decline since the Tories came into power in 2010. In fact, during this period, Arts Council England's funding has been cut by 30%. Lord Mayor, we have such a unique and diverse cultural offer here in Birmingham, one which we can all be proud of. The culture sector in Birmingham is much bigger than the council, and I have no doubt that it will continue to flourish despite the council's challenges. The council's own funds are not the only source of public funding for the arts, and I've asked officers to investigate other funding streams, and we have been working extremely hard to ensure that other sources of funding are secured for the art and culture in the city. And we have been successful in many areas, including securing 1.635 million from the enterprise zone towards supporting cultural action areas across the city over the next 6 years. There is a range of other grant funding that will be available over the next couple of years, and we will continue to work with our partners across the city to provide as much support to the arts as we can. We are also working collaboratively with our key stakeholders, including Culture Central, universities and health partners, to progress the Culture Compact initiatives, to ensure a vibrant arts and culture offering in the city and promote the cultural agenda for all. Lord Mayor, I also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's been in touch with me regarding the proposed library and neighbourhood information and advice service transformations. I recognise the worry and concern many people have around this, and I want to reassure everyone that there will be an opportunity for people to get involved in the consultation process. Despite the challenging decisions we must take today, we must look forward and ensure that we use this opportunity to create a sustainable library service and support service that is fit for future generations. Lord Mayor, I'm committed to my role as Cabinet Member, and I will continue championing the arts and culture sector in our city. While I know the road ahead will not be easy, we will get through this by transforming the council and working together with residents and partners. Thank you.
Councillor Kenwood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I've been granted dispensation in relation to my board membership of BVSC and Birmingham Crisis Centre. I rise in support of the amendment as put forward by my colleagues, Councillor Alden, Councillor Mikey. Lord Mayor, let me again start by quoting the statement from Labour Party's very own Birmingham Campaign Improvement Board last year. That statement reads, budget cuts and the size of the city are used as reasons to explain the situation. However, this does not hold up to scrutiny. Labour's words, not ours, not the Liberal Democrats, not the Green parties, but Labour's own words. The lead commissioner to the city is quoted as saying, after a long period of belt tightening, it's not surprising that many authorities that would otherwise be safe and sound councils are unable to cope. But the Sloughs, the Thurrocks, the Wokings, the Nottinghams and the Birminghams are not in that group. They are authorities that made bad decisions. These are not authorities that have been hit by unforeseen things. They knowingly marched everybody off the cliff and fell in the rocks below. So here we are, Lord Mayor, broken, battered and bruised in the rocks, where services will be slashed or cut completely, where organisations who support those in danger and who are vulnerable will have to offer less support and even stop and fold. World-renowned cultural icons such as the CBSO and Birmingham Royal Ballet facing huge cuts and removal of their grants. So yes, Lord Mayor, like Councillor Clements, I too could cry about what is going to happen to our great city's cultural icons. But I also cry for all those other services and vulnerable residents that will suffer. So while cheers might grab the headlines of the media, they won't sort the mess that this Labour administration has landed the city in. Lord Mayor, we are here today discussing this disastrous budget for one reason and one reason only. A Labour administration that has failed to do the job it was elected to do. It's failed to tackle the equal pay issue, an issue that they themselves caused, kicking the can down the road since 2017. A failure that has left many, mainly female workers, undervalued and underpaid, and ultimately left the city's 151 officer with no option but to issue that dreaded 114 notice. A failure that has led us to being declared effectively bankrupt. It's also failed to implement an IT system that was supposed to cost 20 million, but by the time we're finished will probably cost in excess of 130. And yet this Labour administration are insisting on sticking to their usual "it's not our fault" and desperately trying to divert attention towards central government. It's clear that this administration has learnt nothing from any of the reports into their failings, even by their own party. This administration will blame everyone except themselves as they strive to protect the Labour brand, a brand that they consider more important than the city's residents, a Labour brand they consider more important than those vulnerable citizens who depend on support, a Labour brand more important than our libraries and cultural icons, a Labour brand more important than our youth services, when in reality it's a Labour brand that won't admit responsibility and has reduced this city council to being the laughingstock of local government. This administration has been in place for 12 years. Not just a matter of months that the speech by the leader seems to imply. Lord Mayor, our amendment offers some relief to those services and organisations that are threatened under Labour's budget. It offers alternatives that have been costed and accepted as being achievable, alternatives that should be acceptable to everyone in this chamber. It offers Labour the opportunity to show that they care, to keep our libraries open, to keep our local highways engineers, and some other things that have already been highlighted by my colleagues. If members truly value these services and organisations, I call on everyone to support our amendment. Lord Mayor, this city is a great city, a wonderful city. It's vibrant, it's exciting, and its residents are determined and they are resilient. It will rise from the ashes, but surely it's up to all of us in this chamber to help it on its way rather than just hinder it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It was my intention to move an amendment on protecting our libraries. And indeed, at 29 hours last Thursday, I emailed a formal words to one of the statutory officers. At 1 o'clock, I learned today that it was not going to be accepted. So, an opportunity for colleagues to vote on the co-location of staff in libraries will not be put before the chamber today, and I bitterly regret that. Lord Mayor, this time last year, I drew attention to the fact that I thought that the budget that was being put before the chamber was full of holes. I also drew attention to the fact that our debt levels were so high and we were borrowing so much money and using up our reserves that we needed to actually sell some of our assets to build up our reserves again. Now, if any colleague doesn't believe this, please email me. I will send you a copy visually of the contribution that I made this time last year. Now, we were promised a decade of prosperity. Well, it took 4 months for the wheels to fall off that promise, didn't it? 4 months for us to be told that we were looking at a bill of £760 million for an equal pay claim. I've done some research, and I find that potentially we have up to 10,000, but that's stretching it very, very far, potential claims. Glasgow, on the other hand, who are going through an equal process, have got an equal pay claim of £770 million. The difference between Birmingham and Glasgow is that they've got 19,000 claimants, and ours is going to be well under 10,000, despite the fact that many have already agreed to settle. Now, looking back at last year's budget, Lord Mayor, there was insufficient accountability for inflation. Pay inflation, contract inflation, and other inflation. So there was a hole in the budget of £93 million purely for inflation. And then we look at, that's one of the problems, that's money going out. What about money coming in? Well, council tax has got a deficit of £4 million. But the real big problem was the business rates. And with the localisation of business rates, as I pointed out when it was being localised as the Liberal Democrat representative on the LGA Finance Committee, there were inevitably going to be many, many claims. And that were going to take a long time to work its way through. And unfortunately, that has come to pass. People have put in claims against their rateable value, and that is £60 million. Now, Oracle is important, Lord Mayor. Oracle is important because it gives you up-to-date financial information. And unfortunately, it's been a total car crash. We have got to implement the savings this year, and yet we haven't got up-to-date financial information. I had to implement £212 million worth of cuts in financial year 11-12. We did it because we'd got up-to-date financial information. It's with a heavy heart, Lord Mayor, that I stand here. I cannot vote for this budget, but I recognise my responsibility as a corporate member of this council, and I will do everything that I can to help the necessary savings so that we can protect frontline services to all those people that desperately need it and are dependent upon Birmingham City Council for their support. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
There will be now a break for council members, commissioners and member of staff. I move that the council be adjourned until 5 p.m. Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
time, one of the lowest directorate percentage figures. Members will know that just because a service is statutory, statute does not necessarily set out how much of a service should be provided or what the thresholds should be. In Birmingham's case, the achievement of the Children's Trust in getting a good rating from Ofsted and the steady progress of SEND services through the improvement process means that we do know what we are aiming at, and we are committed to maintaining improving these services despite savings targets. Many local authorities are struggling to balance their budgets because of the high cost of children's services. We recognise those pressures, but have already identified the work that needs to be done to tackle them. Of the three major areas that are causing particular concern to young people, families and staff, we were already reviewing the youth service along with careers and services for 14 to 19-year-olds to get the most from every contact with our young people. We have had to look at non-statutory services. Many local authorities, including some of our near neighbours, have not provided universal youth services for many years. We have been able to do this until now, but need to focus on targeted work going forward. We've identified and negotiated £1 million from the Social Care Grant for targeted, evidence-based work to keep young people away from serious violence, gangs and exploitation. I'd like to thank all the young people who wrote to myself and the leader. I've read each one and forwarded those addressed to ward councillors to them, and we will look at the issues raised in these letters. The second area I'd like to speak about is early help. We are so grateful for the work of the Children's Trust in picking up this important area. Partners, including the voluntary sector, have and will continue to be kept informed on progress to support early help services. Although this will not be at the existing level, it will ensure that families can receive support before and instead of reaching the threshold for statutory help. The third area is home to school transport. The larger part of savings here are around procurement, but like the other services I've mentioned, we have managed to continue to provide the non-statutory element of the service for much longer than other local authorities. Across the country, many local authorities have already ceased to provide a 16 to 18 service, and indeed, many attribute to their financial problems to the costs of home-to-school transport. Our level of payments has been through the audit process and is not considered to be an outlier. We are now consulting on the home-to-school transport policy, including non-statutory services, and I'd encourage families concerned about this to take part in the consultation on Be Heard, or just to write in, and we will make sure it finds the right place. I'd like to thank all those organisations that partner with us and that are working with us through our different partnership bodies, including, but not only, health, the police and the voluntary sector. We know that an incoming Labour government will not be able to turn on the financial tap for local government, particularly after tomorrow's national budget, whatever it holds. But we do know that our Labour colleagues in Parliament have a better understanding of the needs of local government and our services for children, young people and families. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Across our city, and indeed outside this chamber, worried and angry families are demanding answers. Just how did the largest authority in Europe, so soon after hosting the Commonwealth Games and so soon after declaring a golden decade, suddenly become bankrupt? Because what has befallen our city is an unmitigated disaster and a disgrace that entirely innocent and blameless residents will have no choice but to bear the pain that is to come. 4 years, caused entirely by an appalling failure of leadership over 12 years. 12 years, Lord Mayor, of not listening to the warnings, bullying officers, pushing ahead when told not to, structurally flawed budgets with inflation set at 0%, dodging decisions. They knew about equal pay back in 2017 and did nothing. They had equal pay risk set at 0%. It is their incompetence alone that has created a £760 million liability that has now ballooned to 870 because of their further inaction. They implemented Oracle when told it was not ready. They modified it when told not to do so. They caused its cost to go from 19 to 100 to 145 million pounds, which has now crippled our city's ability to manage its own finances. Their internal decisions, Lord Mayor, nothing to do with national funding. A damning list of charges put to this administration. And after they have failed residents in the most spectacular way possible, Councillor Cotton, when proposing his budget, gives scant mention to residents, services, but pivots immediately to national politics, even now still blaming anyone else, anything else but themselves, in the very worst of political misdirection, craven political self-preservation, putting party above residents, politics above the truth. Still conflating council cuts with a self-inflicted disaster. Independent commissioners themselves describe this as self-inflicted. How council ignored the warning signs. How they have created themselves a controlled disaster. Their own internal Labour report here concluding that budget cuts are, quote, not reasons to explain what has happened here, with other authorities taking on, in some cases, greater cuts without the same issues. It is clear, despite their assertions, Lord Mayor, that this crisis is self-caused, was entirely unavoidable and unrelated to council funding. Can't they just be honest with residents? No, because while to make mistakes is to be human, to lie, mislead and blame is to be Labour. And it is this administration, despite all the warning signs that have driven us off a cliff, and while they have a golden parachute, it will be over 1 million residents in our city who will have no choice but to bear the brunt of their financial incompetence, mismanagement and willful neglect. While, what have families done to deserve this? Not to mention thousands of staff paid improperly. They have done nothing, nothing wrong. They are wholly innocent in this affair. But Lord Mayor, what I'm most worried about now is the future of our city's recovery. Not content with the impact of this budget, but of their deceptions that we have seen over and over again by this administration. How many times have we been fobbed off with the answers? Lessons learnt, we must move on. How many times have we heard that, again, we've heard in this chamber today, over and again, by the leader now, that he's a new leader, that he was brought in to fix the problems, that he's just found out. When he has been in the cabinet for 12 years, Lord Mayor, he was personally in charge of HR. We must get our house back in order when he has had 12 years to fix the issue. Because with each time that they dodged issues and questions on when he first knew, why nothing was done for years, with every new attempt to blame others, they are proving true our worst fears, that they are leading our city without integrity. Leading me to ask one fundamental question. How can an administration so morally bankrupt, with a record of not learning the answers of the past, skipping out on the city while our services crumble, and even now still trying to pass on responsibility, be trusted to lead our city out of the catastrophe that they have created? For while the leader wrings his hands, it is the residents who will suffer the greatest, clamouring to be heard while being locked outside, demanding answers to what has caused their suffering. This budget is unjust for our innocent residents, unfair to those who've had no hand in causing it, and without genuine openness, transparency and accountability, it is being built on a foundation of sand. Lord Mayor, I will not rest until we get to the bottom of who has caused this crisis. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, irrespective of where you sit on the political spectrum or within this chamber, irrespective of which ward you represent or which neighbourhood you live in across Birmingham, today is an incredibly dark day for the rich history of our amazing city.
We are, Lord Mayor, unfortunately, an unequal city. Birmingham is often referred to as a tale of two cities. And what we know is for the past 12 years, 13 years that we've seen this Tory-led government, and through the austerity measures, we've seen how inequality has deepened within our city. We've seen not just cuts to this council, we've seen how the reorganisation of the NHS has affected our residents. We've seen how police cuts and cuts to other public sector agencies have also impacted on our city. Lord Mayor, I represent the ward of Lascelles, the third most deprived neighbourhood in the city. Over 90% of my constituents are from the ethnic minority communities. Lord Mayor, this budget will impact drastically on residents across this city, but it will also have a huge impact on hundreds of our outstanding staff who are going to lose their jobs. And I think it's really important that collectively we think about those staff and the families and their families and how this budget will also impact on them. Lord Mayor, if you look at the equality impact assessments within these budget papers, there's particular groups that are going to be adversely impacted because of this budget. The papers quite clearly in the equality impact assessment say that ethnic minority communities will be most impacted, with the Pakistani community most impacted within the ethnic minority community. People of Muslim faith will be most impacted. So the poorest, those that suffer from the greatest levels of unemployment, those that suffered the most from the Tory cuts over the last 13, 14 years, will be most impacted by this devastating budget that we're having to set today. Lord Mayor, accountability has been talked about. And for me, accountability is an essential part of democracy. And whether you're on the side of £1 billion of Tory cuts on this council, or whether you're on the side of that there's been mistakes in Birmingham, the people of Lascelles and the people of Birmingham are demanding accountability. They want to know what went wrong, what happened to this council. And as custodians of this council, as those that are passing through this council chamber, it is absolutely a duty upon us to find out what went wrong. Whether it was mistakes from people in this chamber, in the officers' box, or beyond, we need to know what went wrong, because we can't go back there again. Lord Mayor, we have to fix our basic services. We have to ensure our streets are clean. And that means collecting our rubbish on time every week from every single household. That means enforcing against criminals who are fly tipping in our neighbourhoods, not just in the city centre, but across every single neighbourhood in the city. And Lord Mayor, we have to not just enforce against rogue landlords, we have to start acting and leading by example as a proper landlord ourselves. And we have to work with our partners to build homes, because I can't see another mum turning up to my advice bureau talking about her and her 6 children living in a 2-bedroom flat. That's not acceptable. That's not the Birmingham that we want. And Lord Mayor, we have to allow Brummies to die with dignity. Our coroner system and our bereavement services in this city are not fit for purpose. We're letting down our faith communities. The faith covenant that we've signed up to isn't worth the paper it's written on if we are failing those faith communities. We have to fix our services. We are an absolute last chance saloon, and we have to get this right, and it starts with accountability and holding ourselves to account. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Go on. Thank you. Go on, 18 all.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Earlier in this meeting, I presented a petition from 131 doctors who are really concerned about the cuts to children's services. And their feedback should really not be ignored. They know what they're talking about. I submitted another petition to save 3 libraries in Hall Green constituency, which will be considered together with several other petitions to save libraries across the city. People across the city from all walks of life are scared. They're worried and they're angry about how this budget is going to impact them. And there's no doubt that it will impact them. My whole adult life has been in public service, from being a nursery nurse in a children's home to a career in the police and 5 years working in a homeless charity. I've seen firsthand what happens when you don't invest in children's services, schools, youth provision, housing, health, social care, policing. Problems get pushed down the line, it ruins lives, it increases crime, it pushes people into poverty, causing more strain on those public services that we have cut and costing far more to the public purse and the well-being of our country in the long run. None of us here today, I believe, came into politics to cause misery to our constituents. We may not agree on policies, but we are all here to make things better, not worse. And listening to the letters that Councillor Pritchard read out earlier from the youth in the Maypole Centre was heartbreaking. But since the full array of of cuts have been announced, I've seen people desperately coming together to try to do something. We're all devastated, but our communities are resilient and passionate, and they really care. And on Saturday, I went to an open meeting of the newly formed Save Kings Heath Library Group. There was a lady there who was urging the group to put aside political differences and use every opportunity we can to work together. And I want to echo what she said. It is vital to be open and transparent and acknowledge past mistakes that have led to this point. And I welcome the public inquiry, and I hope that it is robust and clear, and it's something we can all learn from. And the people responsible, as Councillor Zafar said, must be held to account. But I'd also like to see less denial of the damage caused by austerity to our city from over here. And the budget that our Chancellor is about to announce tomorrow is almost as devastating as the one being presented today. Cutting taxes for few is not going to repair public services for the people that really need them. But most of all, I want to urge that we use this opportunity to work together. We all got elected to serve this city, and it's our duty to not let our communities down. Today, I do cry for my city, but I won't give up, and neither should any of you. Please accept responsibility. Listen to the feedback. Stop the blame game, and let's work together for the future of our people.
Thank you. Constantine Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. At the outset, I've been granted a dispensation by the Monitoring Officer in respect to my roles within the WMCA. I rise in support of the Conservative amendment. This is my 22nd budget meeting, and the proposed City Council budget is the most utterly devastating set of proposals I have seen in those 22 years. If this budget is passed, it is not a question of what services the City Council are cutting, but what services will remain in this city. As Councillor Thompson said in her speech, and I quote her verbatim, Birmingham residents deserve a better council. I agree. I say, roll on the next set of City Council elections. In his speech, Councillor Cotton quoted the example of Joseph Chamberlain. I would like to give Councillor Cotton and the Labour councillors the same advice as was given to another Chamberlain, Neville, as was said to him by Leo Emery in the Norway debates. You have sat too long here for any good you are doing. Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. Two issues strike me when I read this budget. First is the hypocrisy. As has been mentioned in the 2022 Labour Party manifesto, on which all but bar one the Labour councillors sat opposite stood on and were elected, it promised waste collections would remain weekly, community libraries and youth centres protected, MHRCs would be kept to increase our awful recycling rates, investment in flood protection works, graffiti would be tackled, street cleansing improved, ASC cameras would be tripled. This budget renders all these manifesto commitments null and void. This manifesto promised a golden decade of prosperity. Unfortunately, this Labour Council has a reverse Midas touch, turning what was supposed to be a golden decade into the effective bankruptcy of the City Council. And only in January this year, Labour councillors criticised the government for reducing highways maintenance PFI funding, completely ignoring the fact that not one single penny of next year's £50 million highways PFI grant from the government is going to be reduced. However, 2 months later, I hear not one single note of criticism from Labour councillors opposite of the axing of £12 million from the highways maintenance from the City Council's own budget. So here we have the Conservative government protecting and preserving highways maintenance next year, but the Labour Council axing their own share of this funding, meaning more potholes, more uneven pavements, fewer street lighting upgrades, and dimmer lighting at nights. The Conservatives make this city brighter, Labour dimmer. Quite rightly, Labour councillors call for making our streets safer, especially for women and young people. And yet this budget proposes measures that make our streets less safe. As the Birmingham Mail has put out during this debate, in terms of petitions submitted, the irony is, of course, that some of the councillors, those from the Labour group, who are now presenting petitions
and fighting for their ward services are likely to shortly vote in favour of the budget that puts those very services under threat. In summary, just like Labour's proposals to dim the street lighting in Birmingham, under Labour there literally is no brighter future for Birmingham. Second is the sharp contrast. The WMCA, under our excellent Mayor Andy Street, continues to invest in Birmingham. Would it be high-speed 2 in the stations in the city centre and Birmingham Interchange, metro extensions, upgrading railway stations, Perry Barn University, building new railway lines and stations, Camp Hill Line, cross-city bus routes and Sprint, enterprise, innovation and growth zones. Whether it be developing housing on former brownfield land through the Brownfield Land Release Fund, whether it be the skills agenda, whether it be delivering the European Athletics Championship. But the Mayor, conscious of the cost of living burden on citizens, for 8 consecutive years is not, repeat, not imposing a mayoral levy. This is in sharp contrast to the City Council, far from investing in Birmingham, is axing valuable community facilities, services and assets, while at the same time increasing council tax by 9.9%. And what is this Labour Council solution? It is to set up yet another committee. Having created the garden tax, the bulk waste tax, the parking tax, they now propose to create the rat tax. Lord Mayor, with fewer street cleaning and with fortnightly waste collections and the creation of rat tax, only the rats in Birmingham will prosper from this budget. Thank you.
Condoleezza Trickett. It's on. Can you put the mic on, please? It's on now, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In rising again to speak to the motion that puts forward the required cuts and budget to secure from government exceptional financial assistance, I'm very conscious of our need to rise to the challenge of building back a better Birmingham whilst owning the ongoing challenge of continuing to balance a budget. If we are to succeed, we have to reflect on how we got here. A once proud council that mirrored the civic pride of its citizens, to an acceptance that we're going to have to pass a budget that will play untold havoc on people's lives. How did we get to this state of dysfunctionality and collective despair? Within this council, we have seen systematic misrepresentation of the truth. We're holding back on vital information or failing to ask the difficult questions or hear the evidence has become the norm. Collectively, we have to learn who to place our faith in, be that politician or officer. Issues with honesty and accountability cut across our region. We have a Tory mayor who constantly talks up his success, whilst presiding over the decline of our regional economy and life opportunity to such an extent that we are now more deprived, more disadvantaged than the North East. This region is poorer and the poorest in the UK because of the actions of a Tory mayor who prioritised investing in quick-win projects rather than laying the foundations for an employment and skills pathway that makes us fit for future challenge. And whether any of the opposition wish to face it, we cannot escape the massive toll of austerity and the impact it's had on this city. 1 in 2 children, 50%, approaching 50% of our children live in poverty, a pattern that spreads across the industrial heartlands of this region. The Joseph Rowntree reports now of many families living in destitution, a phrase that I thought was consigned to history lessons Orwell and Dickens, now part of daily living experience. According to Joseph Rowntree, this is social failure at scale, and that such levels of poverty tell a story of moral and fiscal irresponsibility and will ultimately drive up pressures on public services like the NHS. We have to be mindful
of budget proposals that place a similar risk. We also have to be mindful of budget proposals that place a reliance on local government where the capacity and capability has been stripped out through ongoing austerity. And now the government wants us to go even further and take more cuts out. How low can this Tory government go? In moving forward, we have to strain every sinew available to protect our communities. We cannot and must not allow a process of disadvantage and exclusion to become embedded within the lives of children within this city. The recovery and improvement plan must be built on a collective owning of the challenge and a common understanding of what is happening on the ground. It cannot be devised in distant kitchens or reliant upon abstract targets. It has to reflect the real and lived experience that we as local members can reflect back that is happening on the ground. And above all, and Albert referred to it all earlier, silos at corporate and cabinet level cannot continue. We must not accept excuses for a failure to change, but we also do need to be realistic. This budget is not a Labour budget. It is a Tory budget shaped and required by a Tory government. A divisive and incompetent government that has wrecked lives and our economy since 2010. It was Labour that founded the welfare state, and it will be Labour government that returns dignity and choice to the people of Birmingham. It will be a Labour government that again takes our children out of poverty. Birmingham's diversity is its strength. Its youth is our future. Recognition of that has to go beyond the usual platitudes, and together with Labour in power, locally, regionally and nationally, we will have the strength to build back a better Birmingham.
Thank you. Honourable Baz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I knew that these cuts were going to be drastic, but when I saw them, I was shocked not just by the cruelty of the cuts, but the short-sightedness of them too. I was also astonished to see a 10% increase on burial fees. It seems that even our dearly departed are having to pay for Labour's incompetence. The burial service are failing all of us, but especially the Muslim and Jewish community. Unnecessary delays in releasing the bodies for burial means that grieving families are put through additional stress and worry, unable to respect the religious wishes of loved ones. Shameful. By cutting services that supported special educational need children and families in crisis, this council is planning to save a penny now only to spend £1 later. Only this is far more serious than cost cutting. These cuts harm the future generation of our city. This city is already experiencing rising poverty, increasing health inequalities and significantly reduced services. Every one of us in this room knows the value and importance of getting a good start in life. Most of us know the importance of a safe space such as a local library, and some have experienced a safety net of food banks or social services support. Child poverty has recently increased in our city. 1 in 2 children here are in poverty, and a rising number of those children and parents are living in temporary accommodation. It was not that long ago that we saw a worrying rise in the number of payday loans companies, and in the murky depths lay the loan sharks, waiting to prey on vulnerable families. Take away the safety net and you enable a dark and dangerous marketplace where crime can thrive and costs can spiral. Early intervention saves money. It helps to keep families safe. It supports frontline professionals in difficult and dangerous situations, and it helps to keep communities together. Hardship funding, mental health support, parenting support, housing help, routes away from abuse and neglect. Just some of the ways that early help can intervene to stop a problem becoming worse. Early parenting support, for example, can reduce the risk of children entering the foster care system, and at a later stage, not only is this financially prudent for a council, but it is also adventurous for the child and wider family. These cuts are so bad that they will impact children who aren't even born yet. We have heard before in this chamber about the damaging impact of trauma. Well, thanks to this council, the residents of Yardley West and Stenchford will feel the trauma of slashed services for many years to come, thanks to Birmingham Labour Group. I can't support this. I can't support a budget that will leave such a damaging scar on the lives of our city children, so I will be voting against this budget today. Finally, I end with a message to the Labour backbenchers. You have a vote today that should reflect the opinion of your ward. This failure is down to the leadership of this council. They and they alone should take the blame. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Jan Francis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have dispensation from the City Solicitor regarding being a council nominee on Harborne, West Side and Central bids, West Midlands Arts, Icon Gallery and Birmingham Rep. Thank you. Lord Mayor, there is no one this side of the chamber who ever anticipated doing what we're doing today. I personally feel like I've spent the past 6 months apologising for the situation we find ourselves in, apologising to residents, to staff and to our external partners. We will do everything that we can to put right the services that our citizens so well deliver. Notwithstanding the difficult long-term decisions we need to take as a council to ensure financial stability, we can go forward with a renewed sense of purpose in our housing directorate. We've made savings by increasing the number of properties that are acquired through the housing revenue account to fund temporary accommodation. Despite budget challenges, we'll be investing a record £5 billion in our housing stock over the next 30 years. And within that investment, we will spend £1.4 billion to ensure that all existing housing stock complies with decent standards. All of our tenants, all of our residents, all of our leaseholders deserve nothing less. House building in Birmingham will continue. We will continue to work to explore opportunities to boost the third-party delivery of homes in partnership with registered providers across Birmingham, with Homes England and with the West Midlands Combined Authority. We will continue to collaborate with external partners to reduce the incidence of rough sleeping. We will continue to prioritise access to accommodation to those who've experienced domestic abuse. We will continue to secure a consistent reduction in the use of bed and breakfast accommodation for families across our city. We will then, Lord Mayor, reshape and realign our housing services. There is a genuine opportunity in front of us to explore the synergies with other directorates and with external partners. Excuse me. Lord Mayor, a decent, affordable home is the basis for a good life, for good health, for good education, for good employment. We have a broken housing market, though, in this country, both social housing and within the private rented sector. This has been the backdrop, the political backdrop for years. The ambitions of families across our city have been crushed by a Tory government. High private sector rents make much of Birmingham's private rented sector housing unaffordable to so many. And government refusal to back down on the use of no-fault evictions will see more homelessness presentations in our city. Lord Mayor, I am pleased to be part of a National Labour Party housing group. Here there is recognition that housing is a universal human right. Here within this group there is support for fair taxation, for funding and regulation policies that support decent homes for all our tenants, and a continued investment in building. Lord Mayor, the next Labour government will make this investment to secure genuinely affordable housing, sustainable housing with local accountability. We will continue then to balance the housing requirement placed on us to address the Council's financial situation, alongside the need to protect the most vulnerable, those citizens most in need. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have been granted dispensation to speak and as a member of the Panyam Burial Society and Castle Bromwich Hall and Gardens Trust. Lord Mayor, during my time as a council, this chamber has discussed many budgets. The difficult decisions taken by administrations featuring all main parties have been based on factors locally, nationally and internationally. It's a miracle we keep delivering the services we still do.
That's down to the hard work of staff at the sharp end of the drive for innovation and efficiency, so thank you. Lord Mayor, we're entering a different savings ballgame now. However, within the environment portfolio, this budget also marks the start of a transformation programme to modernise and improve services. After recent stabilisation, including a 31% year-on-year decrease in fly tipping, we must move to the next level. Since the budget's publication, there's been lots said about alternate week bin collections. Sadly, almost all debate has been silent on one critical point. Lord Mayor, this council has secured funding of around 6.8 million to roll out legally mandated weekly food waste recycling collections for citizens. This will be a game changer, boosting our recycling rates, reducing landfill and incineration, helping cut costs and emissions. Just as importantly, it guarantees the waste of greatest concern to most will be collected weekly, as it always has. Lord Mayor, the recent noise overlooked another detail too. We know, based on the experiences of cities like Leeds, there's a need for some to remain on more frequent residual waste collections. That kind of pragmatism will apply here too, and we will announce full details as part of the implementation plan. The foundations we're laying through our transformation will put the city on a better future footing. And for those with long memories, I recall the rapid political opposition to wheelie bins many years after most places introduced them. Now we're at a point where I've been lobbied for bins in areas initially judged unsuitable, and we're doing what we can help. We've also had thousands of requests for second recycling bins. Those cries of opposition wheelie seem a long time ago. Lord Mayor, I suspect a similar pattern will emerge once weekly food waste recycling and alternate weekly refuse collections begin. Once the change is bed in, people will wonder why we hadn't done it much sooner. That's of course down to matter resources, which have steadily been reduced by government over the last decade. On that note, progress across all service areas hasn't just been about resourcing the council provides. Lord Mayor, it's also thanks to our brilliant volunteers who cared about their streets, neighbourhoods and the environment. Look at Birmingham Open Spaces Forum. They have 133 affiliated groups with more wanting to join. Annually, their volunteer time is worth more than £1 million. What we need to do and what this budget does is ensure our support for volunteers is maintained. Lord Mayor, my message is clear to the responsible majority. If you want to do your bit, we'll help you as far as we can. That might be low-key, like providing equipment for litter pigs, but I know from attending ward forums across the city and BOSF events, that is exactly what community-minded people want. The council working smarter is also critical. This even applies to acclaimed services such as our mobile household recycling centres, now referred to as mobile household waste centres, or if you're in Sutton, Weasley or Neutral, tip trucks. We have to prioritise our resources, and data puts forward a case for change. In some areas, the use and need for MHRCs is low. We know most use them as a bulky waste service, despite the fact we've offered dedicated recycling trucks. We're also in a position where our modernised Peribah HRC has reopened with plenty of booking availability at all 5 static sites. Having visited MHRCs in many wards, it's clear almost everyone uses a car to reach them, as they do when visiting HRCs. Lord Mayor, we also know recycling rates at MHRCs has been low, in the low single-digit percentages. At static HRCs, recycling is over 60%. The fact we have significant availability at the static sites where much more is recycled means we must look at best value. Reducing the MHRC service, focusing on areas of need, removing the recycling trucks and exploring different hours of operation is an example of how we will be smarter with resources. Lord Mayor, the other key aspects of my portfolio are climate change and city of nature. Activity in these areas is largely grant funded, so this budget does not have a significant direct impact, but I'm delighted we're responding to the campaign calling on us to phase out pesticide use. Before the critics begin, I'll remind them that improving our biodiversity isn't a nice to have, it's enshrined within law, but we have to be realistic. The savings will slow progress across all directorates and will mean we cannot entirely stop using pesticides as soon as anyone would like. We need reliable and cheap alternatives to emerge. Lord Mayor, the route to net zero is a journey and all parts of the council are on. We'll do everything possible and continue building bridges with organisations that can help, such as the Ties Strategic Alliance Board, which I chair. Lord Mayor, in summary, my message is clear. Despite our challenges, we're ready to modernise and work with everyone who shares our aim to improve our great city's environment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Go on, Matt Redmond. Sorry, Matt Bennett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've been granted a dispensation by the monitoring officer in relation to my role as a council-appointed trustee of the Midland Arts Centre. Before I start, I'd just say Councillor Trickett. I thought, not for the first time, I found myself thinking that Councillor Trickett made a very thoughtful and statesmanlike speech until the last 30 seconds, I'm afraid. I have to correct her on one thing. This is not a Tory budget. It's a Labour budget. It's being put forward by a Labour administration, and there are choices available. For instance, if you want to save libraries, as so many of your colleagues have we heard today, you can vote for the Tory amendment, and that will take some of the edge of this Labour budget. We are here because of mistakes made by this Labour administration. The Section 114 notices make that very clear. The budget documents themselves make it very clear. And I have to say, Councillor Cotton at the start, he started twice. I heard him unreservedly apologise, he said, for the mistakes that have been made. Now, unreservedly means without reservation. He then went on to speak for about 20 minutes about all the aspects of this mess that apparently aren't his fault. Where I come from, that is with reservation. That's a fairly big reservation. Because you missed out. He missed out, Lord Mayor. He missed out equal pay. He missed out the Oracle fiasco. He missed out the failure to make savings in previous years due to, as the budget document says, poor delivery. He missed all those things out. It's like talking about the life of Napoleon without mentioning Moscow, Waterloo and Egypt. That's what Councillor Cotton did. Now, we've heard a great deal of nonsense from Labour councillors today, including Councillor Cotton and other cabinet members, saying they didn't go into politics to make these kinds of decisions. Politics is about making decisions with scarce resources. Resources are always scarce. You can double the budget and resources will still not cover everything you want to spend money on. The reason we're here is because in previous years, you didn't want to do the difficult bits. You went for the nice-sounding things. You went for the nice-sounding activities. You went and had your pictures taken in hard hats at the houses at Perry Bar that aren't going to get sold for the value that you spent on them. You went and had your picture taken at the Commonwealth Games. You went and delivered Chamberlain lectures. You did all the fun things. You went along and you said, oh, we've got to make these terrible savings that the horrible government are making us make. Other people will deliver that. The officers will deliver that. There'll be some robust oversight, robust scrutiny. It'll all be fine, but we don't actually have to think about it. Well, now you do. Now you do have to think about it because of the mess and negligence that was there before. You should acknowledge that. And the other thing that hasn't been mentioned, I think, at all by anyone, and certainly not by Councillor Cotton in my hearing anyway, the other big thing, maybe the Napoleonic battles, Austerlitz of this metaphor, I suppose, is the comments made by the auditor a few weeks ago. The auditor, the external person brought in to sort out the mess, to make sense of the financial chaos that this administration has brought to us. He said in his report, and he said in a meeting, that he'd been subject to intimidation. Intimidation. And he'd had to go to the chief executive to have safeguards put in place. Intimidation from within this council and from an unnamed third-party organisation. I have to say, Lord Mayor, through you, to the leader of the council, what kind of outfit are you running here? I mean, we may be in the waste management business, but that doesn't make us some third-rate Sopranos. And, I mean, say what you like about Tony Soprano. He did take responsibility for people that did things within his organisation. I haven't heard the leader of the council even say a single thing about that. He should be ashamed that such things have happened. At such an organisation he is supposed to be in charge of, and yet he accepts no responsibility. Lord Mayor, a couple of years ago, as we know, this shower promised us a golden decade ahead of us. Who is it actually been a golden decade for? Who's actually going to have a golden decade with these cuts and what's been going on? It won't be the council taxpayers of this city. They're going to have rising bills and poorer services. It won't be the residents who living in areas that are already too dirty because of poor street collection, poor street cleaning services. No, they'll see those pile higher. It won't be young people who just use access to their youth centres and perhaps become more vulnerable to criminal elements who might lead them down the wrong path. And it certainly won't be council tenants who continue to live in poorly maintained homes and have their rents going up. No, Lord Mayor, this will be a golden decade for two categories of people as far as I can see, rats and gangsters. That will be the legacy of this Labour administration, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Nicky Brennan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I love this city. It's part of my DNA. I'm very proud to be from Birmingham. But with love, sometimes comes difficult decisions. Love means taking accountability, by owning things that have gone wrong. It means accountability for delivery moving forward, and steering this ship to safer waters is not only our responsibility, but is our duty to our residents. Over the years, this city has faced significant losses, with over £1 billion slashed from budgets due to central government cuts. These cuts have not only affected our ability to provide essential services, but they have placed a heavier burden on our residents. Many among us see the council as their last point of call in times of need, and it is our duty to rise to the occasion despite the limitations imposed upon us. In light of recent events, the calls for change in funding priorities has grown louder, not just from council leaders up and down the country of all political colours, from Tory MPs against their own government, but just last week the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, Nicole Jacobs, wrote to Michael Gove stating that he needed to reconsider allocations for domestic abuse provision throughout local government funding, citing alarming numbers of survivors that were falling through the cracks. It is clear that local government, we cannot continue as business as usual, and there needs to be a complete overhaul in the way councils receive funding. Throughout these tough decisions, our commitment to equalities remains unwavering. Equalities are not an additional extra. They are part of our city's ethos, particularly in a place as diverse and young as Birmingham. Despite some horrible comments made about my ward of Spark Hill last week, called a no-go zone area by a Tory MP, diversity in this city is our strength and it should be celebrated. And that is why our equality impact assessments have been unparalleled in their comprehensive delivery this time, as we can only keep our city and deliver for our residents by embracing diversity. Reflecting on my own experience as a councillor in my near to 6 years of being here, I have witnessed firsthand the evolving role we play in the lives of our residents. The demand for support has reached unprecedented levels, exasperated by the strain on other public services. Austerity looms not only over local government, but over the NHS, over our police force, over devastating losses to things like Short Arts centres. Residents are grappling with a cost of living crisis, with stagnating wages and soaring inflation, which is further worsening their plight. It is this grim reality that compelled me to have to move my advice surgery into my local food bank, as it saved residents having to walk a mile down the road after a record number of food bank referrals for families that needed that support. It also helped people that were isolated and vulnerable. This country and this city needs a Labour government more than ever, one that understands the needs of residents, their experiences, and knows how to fix things. A government that would take the challenge in local government seriously. It is not enough to merely adapt to the challenges before us. We must strive to transform our approach entirely, and in this council. Birmingham is my home, as I said, a city I love, a city with rich history, the home of Cadbury's that celebrated its 200th birthday yesterday, a city of 1,000 trades, the Balti Triangle, Aston Villa Football Club, to name something amazing about our city. You know, a city that always pulls together in a crisis. Just look at what we achieved during COVID and during the cost of living crisis by working with and listening to partners. We established a network of warm banks and hubs that provide so much more than just warmth. And it stands a testament that what can be achieved when we embrace innovation and collaboration. Let us draw inspiration from these initiatives as we chart a new course forward, listening to our partners, listening to our residents, and delivering what they need. This is the approach we have also taken in community safety, delivering for our residents with our injunction to stop car cruising and our intervention officers. In closing, let us remember that the decisions we make today will shape the future of Birmingham for generations to come. We must take those challenges head-on with courage, compassion and a steadfast commitment to serving the best interests of our citizens. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Jenkins.
What a great speech that was from my colleague Matt Bennett, but he did miss one thing out. He pointed out that the only people that could expect a golden decade would be the rats and the gangsters. He, of course, forgot to mention the management consultants who are being paid a fortune by this administration to fix your mistakes. As we carry on talking about this train crash of a budget, and it's not really a budget anyway, is it actually? I mean, look, you've had since last July, 7 or 8 months to come up with a budget. And you finally, in all this crisis, you took 7 or 8 months to produce a budget, and it finally came out, 5 days ago? And it still doesn't really add up in the true sense of a budget, in that we had to make 300 million of savings. You've only managed to identify about half or so of those. And the budget only balances because you've put in place a rolling line of credit with the UK government, where you might have to, and it depends on how many asset sales we're successful in making, and you then have to borrow money at a premium rate to make the budget balance. So it's kind of a rather suspicious budget, to say the least. But look, let's reflect upon what it is that's caused the situation. And it's strange, isn't it, that the very infrastructure that has got us into this disastrous situation is the same infrastructure that we expect is going to take us out of it. I mean, I'm thinking back about my time as a councillor over 10 years and all the times we've said we're going to make savings. And I'm struggling to think of a single occasion when this council has succeeded in making the savings that it planned. And generally, we were talking about 50 million or 60 million or 70 million, and we missed a 70 million target last year. And now we're expecting this same infrastructure to deliver a 300 million saving. Well, you could understand why the public might be cautious in thinking that that might happen or not. And at the top of this infrastructure, of course, is the same leadership that we've had before. And the problem is that we simply don't have the quality of leadership. It's the same people circulating, or largely the same people circulating around, and we need leaders that have that rare quality of being able to see the big picture, but still have a grasp on detail. And if we look at the two big things recently that have caused the situation that we're in, it's the equal pay and Oracle. And both of these could have been solved if we had leaders at the top who had a grasp on the detail. The equal pay requires you, whether you agree with the daft legislation or not, the fact is it is the legislation. We have to recognise that it's there. And what's required, having learnt the lesson from the previous equal pay situation, what was required to put in place the job evaluation scheme? And yet you just didn't do it. And you knew you had to do it. It's perfectly possible to do it. But for some reason, the leadership, notwithstanding the fact that we were telling them that they'd had to be put in place, just failed to do it. Likewise with Oracle, it's always going to be a difficult implementation to put a finance system into a big organisation like this. But we knew the things that you shouldn't do. We knew you shouldn't go live without proper testing. We knew you shouldn't attempt to bespoke the system. And yet nobody on the cabinet had sufficient grasp of the detail to see these things unfolding and stop them happening. And so I come back to my initial point that we're looking to the same infrastructure to deliver when it is that very infrastructure that has so spectacularly failed. Right? And at the top of that is the quality of leadership, which at the moment, I'm afraid, we just don't have. Can we at least agree one thing, right? That going forward, there is at least a chance that this council might come out a leaner, fitter, more focused and more efficient organisation. Instead of trying to be everything to everyone, let us agree that what council should do is do a lot less than this council attempts to do, but what it does, it should do really well. So going forward, let's stop this absurd war that you seem to be waging against motorists. Let's stop blowing £1 million a year. It's £1 million a year on diversity officers and diversity schemes. Let's stop these crazy ideas pretending that a council, and this council above all councils, can operate in a commercial environment. Let's not build housing schemes in Perry Bar thinking that we can do a better job than commercial builders and then end up in a situation where not only did we not house a single athlete, which was the raison d'etre for building it, we're now in a situation where the market value of the properties that we've built is worth less than the building cost. So let's stop this idea that we can function as in a commercial environment, because we just ain't remotely good enough to do that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Go on, Liz Clements.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak in favour of the Labour budget, but first of all I need to say that I received a dispensation from the City Solicitor in respect of the interests that are recorded in my Register of Interests. Earlier, or quite early on this afternoon, I think it was Ewan quoted Plato, which I was glad to hear, as my late partner was a classicist who's trained generations of classic students in Birmingham and was himself an old boy of Camp Hill boys' skill. But the thing about Plato quotes are that there's a lot of them. And another one, it may be apocryphal, is that what the wise speak when they have something to say, but fools speak because they have to say something. And I have to say, really, Marion, your contribution just then was a classic example, wasn't it? Because I am going to get up and apologise sincerely to the women staff in this council who have been underpaid. And for you to say that the equal pay legislation is daft legislation, I think you should apologise to all of our women staff who have been systematically underpaid for years. And also I'd like to correct the record that there is no war on motorists. That's a totally imaginary construct in a cultural war. And I think you just need to consider what is appropriate car use in a city. So I'm going to repeat some of what the leader said at the beginning. I think none of us wanted to be here today proposing this budget, and we should apologise because it's clear to everyone that the savings that we're proposing will have a deep and lasting impact on residents in this city. But I am confident that we have done our utmost as Labour councillors and Labour cabinet members to protect the most vulnerable. And as I said, I want to apologise to our women staff. I am here as a woman Labour councillor and as a feminist, and frankly I am ashamed about our record on equal pay. We have got to sort it out once and for all. Later this week I will go to an event on International Women's Day to mark the anniversary of this council setting up a women's committee in 1982. That committee was disbanded because a lot of male councillors thought that there was no need for it. And I think we need to look at whether we actually learned anything from the work that was done by that committee, because it actually did an inquiry into the low pay of women who tended to be clustered in the lower grades of this council. So I just think there's a lot for the opposition to reflect on in their attitude to women and equal pay. Tim has mentioned in the debate, we have had to put forward savings in highways maintenance in this budget. That is because the government has cancelled the PFI agreement that was due to last until 2035. There's an issue with arithmetic on the opposite benches. We were due to get about £51 million of PFI credits every year until 2035, so we're going to lose about £600 million. I think if you're concerned, Tim, about safety on the roads, and please encourage all your residents to respond to the road harm reduction strategy, which is under consultation at the moment. The consultation closes at the beginning of April. I'm proud that in highways we've put forward various things which are service redesigns and efficiencies affecting the way that we deliver the drop curb service, highways licensing, and we're also going to look at joining up enforcement across the board in the council, because that's something where we can clearly offer residents a better service. And also something which is very important to all of us as local councillors, we have found a way to protect school crossing patrols. We're using the net surplus revenue from the Clean Air Zone. But that is only on condition that there is modernisation of that service. So we need to see an efficiency and a different way of delivering the service. So on that note, the local engineering service, lots of colleagues have come to me and talked to me about how important that service is. I agree. So that's why we're looking at a different a delivery model to make that service self-funding, so that it's no longer a call on the general fund. So I was a bit puzzled to look at your amendment, Conservative colleagues, this morning, where in the list of savings that you're proposing that we remove, you've put a 0 against the savings for the local engineering service, whereas actually the savings proposed are 316,000 in 24-25 and 474,000 in 25-26. So I think we need to have a good look at all of your figures in that amendment. On street lighting, we will keep that under review, but I'd like to point out to you that women are unsafe on the streets because of male violence. Women get attacked in daylight. So we're going to use technology to reduce lighting, and we'll keep it under review. And I'd just like to finish by mentioning two things that are close to my heart. I shed tears about the arts funding because I am a musician. I was a musician long before I became a socialist, and I do think that we need to do everything we can to protect the arts in our city, as Councillor Sellerman said so eloquently. And in my own ward, Macefield Wellbeing Centre provides services for the most vulnerable, and I'm really glad that we found a way of protecting it through public health funding. So I will be voting to support this budget. Thank you.
Councillor Higgs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And in line with requirements, I declare that I have a number of non-pecuniary interests for which I have received a dispensation. Now, this is a sad day for Birmingham. I've been a councillor since 2018, and this is by far the worst budget that has been put before us. And I know there are others who have served for much longer than me who feel the same. Now, we were promised a golden decade by Labour. It's been said many times, not just today, but in previous meetings as well. We were told by them that the finances were in the best shape for 30 years. And yet here we are today, with them responsible for an 867 million equal pay bill and the botched implementation of the Oracle system, which is costing us 100 million to put right, and it's still not right. They are making our weekly collections fortnightly. They are putting most of our libraries in the city at risk. Our council tax will be going up over 20% over 2 years. And then, of course, there's the rat tax, charging for pest control to deal with rats. And the only winners in this budget are the rats in this city. Even the issues with equal pay are still going on now. GMB members have voted overwhelmingly for strike action, and they are frustrated at the lack of action in settling equal pay claims. And it is unacceptable when we are approaching 1 year since the alarm was publicly raised, and over 1 year since senior Labour councillors were first told about the equal pay liability. When our core spending power has increased by 43% since 2015, and we have the 4th highest core spending power per dwelling in the country, the facts are clear. The buck stops with Labour. But there is an alternative to Labour's disastrous budget. Our amendment keeps our libraries open, it stops Labour dimming all the street lights in the city, and it scraps Labour's rat tax. It's been signed off by the officers and the commissioners. It is deliverable. Introducing pest control charges for dealing with rats has been so controversial, even Labour councillors on the licensing committee called for those charges to be removed. And with such strong views, I hope they can get behind our amended budget. And I hope all councillors who've done petitions to save our libraries will actually get behind our amended budget, which will actually keep them open. There is a better choice today. Back our amended budget so that Brummies don't bear the total brunt of Labour's errors and failures. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Fred,
Lord Mayor waiting. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I've sought a dispensation from the City Solicitor for pecuniary interest, and that has been granted. It is with great reluctance that I'll be voting for the Council budget today. I do so with an incredibly heavy heart. This budget is devastating for our city. It is, in my opinion, economically illiterate, and it will have myriad unintended consequences. I'm voting for it solely because the Conservative government has created a situation where, unless this awful budget is agreed, then the Council will be prevented by that government and its intervention commissioners from accessing so-called exceptional financial support that will enable the Council to get back to some form of financial stability. They did not need to do this. They should have taken a different approach. I pay tribute, Lord Mayor, to my colleague, the Leader of the Council, Councillor Cotton, his Deputy, Councillor Thompson, and their Cabinet for the immense work and effort they've carried out to ensure that they've used the limited headroom available to them to prioritise the most vulnerable citizens of Birmingham, and I believe they've made a clear material difference by doing this. Areas of our city experience some of the highest levels of deprivation in the country. This budget, sadly, does nothing to make things better. The increase in council tax that will push many residents over the boundary into poverty has also been demanded of this council by government and its commissioners. It's important that we as members recognise the road that led us to this point and the difficulties that have been placed in our path as we navigate the road ahead. Firstly, the equal pay liability. The number published in the public domain in June 2023 still hasn't been externally validated by anyone. Indeed, the external auditor reported to the Audit Committee that they'd only received it as recently as last November. a whole 5 months after it was published. We still don't know how accurate this figure is, yet because we put it in the public domain, we have to count it against our reserves and sell assets to cover for it. The Audit Committee was informed by the external auditor as recently as May 2022 that they did not identify any weaknesses in the Council's arrangements relating to equal pay claims. Yet just 13 months later, we were told by Council officers that the equal pay liability was between £650 and £760 million. Members have still not been given an explanation of what happened during those 13 months. Perhaps, Lord Mayor, though, the biggest single contributing reason for the financial meltdown we are in is the failure of the ERP computer system. Members have still not been presented with an adequate understanding of what happened. A recent report from our external auditors clearly states that the extent and significance of issues with the ERP were not understood or acknowledged by the Council leadership team, CLT, of solely senior officers, and remediation efforts were localised and inadequately resourced. This ERP system failure makes this an exceptional budget, as this Council now has no accounting basis on which to make decisions. The system failure created an over £90 million overspend, but also led to over £60 million of prior year savings being written off. There is no revenue outturn position for the Council, and we've been forced to build this budget on an incredibly flimsy understanding of the Council's current finances. As a result, we are being rushed into cuts and sales of assets that have not been subject to any form of independent value for money review or effective in involving community consultation. What we are being forced to do is highly risky in terms of knock-on costs, business continuity issues, and poor value for our city. Underneath all of this is a working culture within this Council that our employees face. In their report to full Council, the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny set out that there is a blame culture, a corporate core disengaged from services, dismissive culture and behaviour around performance and finance, a lack of ownership and leadership on risk, and a disregard for probity and ethics around the relationship needed for good governance. Shocking stuff that we as members do need to reflect on and respond to. It is this culture that has allowed these problems to arise and get worse. I do pay tribute to those employees of this Council who are doing everything they can to fix this broken culture, fix our systems and respond to the gravity of this task as they seek to deliver the services our city needs and deserves. Lord Mayor, similarly, the overarching context of local government cannot be ignored. We're not the only Council to find ourselves in this situation, and we will not be the last. Conservative cuts of over £1 billion have left us nothing left to spare, unable to respond to the great need in our city, and with no room for manoeuvre to take corrective action when things are going off course or when more is needed to transform what we do. The devastation of these Tory cuts were clear to the residents in our city long before the current situation. When you keep chipping away with no intention of ever stopping, you eventually break the system. The fact that this has been exacerbated by the Trust budget, the massive increase in demand for our services as a result of the Conservative mishandling of the economy, and let's not forget the legacy of the previous Conservative administration, of which some members over there were a part of, a genuine paid-up equal pay liability of over £1 billion. This has pushed us to the point of breakdown. As a Labour Council, we have to find a way of navigating the next year so that we do not ever have to repeat this situation. And it is clear that we desperately need a Labour government to replace this failing, contemptuous and ruinous Conservative government, which has sought to continue its 14-year reign of terror on our public realm. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a truly dreadful, devastating and unnecessary budget. And I was interested to hear the leader set out his 3 objectives for the future. Perhaps we can measure 1 or 2 items in the budget against it, 1 or 2 things I'd like to talk about. But first of all, as we speak, we all have to reflect on the impact across the board on our residents, on our communities, on our most vulnerable people in the city, users of social services, both adult and children's. Across the board, the impact is going to be horrible. And the blame lies in many directions, as fingers are pointed in all directions today. But we do here, as we talk about it, we have to look at the performance of the Council and how the Council and the Council leadership has got us here. So, first of all, libraries. Now, this is interesting. I'm measuring these against Councillor Cotton's objectives because in that budget last year, which has been referred to a few times for all its flaws and failings, 1 or 2 people have forgotten there was a line in that budget putting in place reductions in library budgets of £1.7 million a year due to start this coming year and the following year. So over 2 years, that was £3.4 million, which interestingly is only a little short of the £3.5 million in this year's budget. Now, last year, some of us were concerned about this and asked the leadership of the Council what this was going to mean. Was it going to mean cuts in services? And we were assured it wasn't. Third objective, openness, accountability, transparency. Now, that might have been, those replies might have been given genuinely, I'm sure they were, in a genuine belief it could be done without what we're actually getting at the moment, which is the threat of closure of 24 out of 35 community libraries. Or it could have been that by giving the council a year, as was intended last year, it could have found different ways of doing things, as Councillor Tilsley had indicated earlier. What about this idea about co-locating staff in community libraries, about using that space differently? The council, had it not been divvying the whole last... It was there. The Labour councillors voted for it last year, the same cut. Apparently they're going to vote for today. It was there. Had the council not been divvying over everything in the last year, some of that work could have been done in an open, transparent way, and better ways of taking the service forward found. As it is, we're now facing the situation where, in great haste and great rush, apparently there's going to be a consultation in April, and these closures will be pushed through. And the equalities impact assessments are interesting on this because they have nothing good to say about the closure of libraries, and they miss some points. I noticed one of them talks about schools that use their local libraries having to find transport further afield, and will they do that? What they don't mention are the families who use the local libraries, and I sit on ours on Tuesday afternoons quite often, and I watch them come in after school, the mothers and fathers with pushchairs and young children. They come in and they use the library. These people are not going to be catching buses to other libraries, and they clearly haven't got cars. The Cabinet member doesn't want people to use cars. We want local services. So that other one about working with communities, what did you say? Sharing power with communities, the thing that's been neglected for so long. And we know the one thing that will happen, the silver cloud out of this, is that people will get galvanised to think about how we can preserve these facilities in our communities. And what a shame it's going to be rushed through, because there are real opportunities, given time, given honesty. If there'd been honesty, perhaps a bit more openness last year about what it involved to galvanise communities to work on these, work and support these local facilities. My other question, and this is as much a question as a comment, is about bin and waste services, because I think Councillor Ball was right in saying, well, why is the two-weekly bin thing being pushed back to last year? Media reports suggest maybe some pilot schemes. Why do we need pilot schemes? You know which areas have the highest refuse collection, which areas may need special attention. But if you look at the budget lines, in this year, there is an immediate cut of more than £2 million in agency staff in waste services. So the basics, which have been so undermined in recent years, are going to be undermined even more, because we saw it over Christmas and the New Year. Because of the overtime ban, what residents were told didn't happen. Erratic services happened. People were so confused it wasn't true. And we've been seeing this for years. The service is unable to deliver a regular weekly collection. What we need is the basics right, so that residents know what they're getting and when they're getting it. So, Councillor Cotton, we'll take you at your word. Some more for you to deliver on your three objectives. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Go on, Kath Scott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm a trustee of the Disability Resource Centre and a governor at Birmingham Women and Children's NHS Trust, and have been granted dispensation to speak today. Lord Mayor, I stand here today having to vote for a budget that is devastating to many of us councillors and to our residents and the people we represent. But let's not forget that this budget is a reflection of the immense pressure to make cuts to compensate for years of austerity and budget cuts to our city by a government seemingly determined to bring us and our vulnerable citizens to their knees. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the work that leadership and cabinet members have done to mitigate as much as possible the impact on vulnerable people in this city. One decision in particular has been very hard for me to swallow, but how was this decision even made possible? It is this government that allows loopholes in the law to exist, making cuts that we have to commit to possible. Loopholes that define residents aged 16 to 19 as neither children nor adults, and therefore leaving these young people potentially eligible for home-to-school transport, leaving a cohort of vulnerable children even more vulnerable due to the cuts that we have had to make. And if you feel that these decisions were easy or that they do not affect us personally, I can state that this is not the case. We are citizens of this city too, My own family could no longer be eligible for home-to-school transport either, and yet here I am having to vote for this budget. But is there a solution? Yes. We have been fighting for fair funding for years from this government, yet it has always fallen on deaf ears. There is a £4 billion funding gap across the sector, and a new funding settlement for local government is an absolute priority. The chair of the Levelling Up Housing and Communities Committee, Clive Betts, stated, "There is an out-of-control financial crisis in local councils across England. Councils are hit by a double harm of increasing demands for services while experiencing a significant hit to their real-term spending power in recent years. Increasing demands on council services such as social care and special educational needs provision has resulted in rocketing costs, but the levels of funding available to councils has failed to keep track. But we all know that the Conservative government today will not provide a solution. Only a new Labour government and locally new Labour West Midlands mayor will provide what we most urgently need. Leadership that cares about us, about our city and our vulnerable citizens. So let me reiterate that we must understand why we are here today and why many other Labour and Conservative councils are in the same position. Austerity. Years and years of austerity. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bruce Lyons.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, it was only 12 months ago that we had the then Labour leader on the podium. The old one seems to have lost interest, I think. That we had, and he sat there, or sorry, rather he stood there, stating that the Labour administration will be getting on with the job. And the Labour Party will not betray the residents of this city. Well, 12 months on, and we're here today with the next, or rather the now leader of the city, and promises nothing but damage to the city and a distrust from residents within this city. Not a golden decade for Birmingham, but a decade of dark days under Labour. Councillor Cotton continues to point the finger and to pass the blame for Birmingham's financial woes, talking about other councils that are in the same position. No, Councillor Cotton, there is no other city in the same financial position as Birmingham, with liabilities at almost £1 billion. It is crystal clear that it is a decade of woeful mismanagement, poor leadership and ineffective delivery by this Labour administration that are to blame for Birmingham's financial crisis. Now, in his statement, there was one part that I actually agreed with, and he stated that this budget will have a lasting impact on every single citizen of this city. Well, yes, it is. And yes, it will. And I think that's a bit of an understatement, although I agree with what was said. With a 21% increase in council tax over 2 years, closures of our libraries, increase in fees for our services, and huge reduction in frontline services, this is more than a double whammy for residents of this city. It's an avalanche. Paying more, getting far, far less. Same old Labour. Lord Mayor, if I could quote a small piece of a poem by Edward Milligan, as it epitomises this City Council and its present position here and today. Who is in charge of the clattering train when the axles creak and the couplings strain? The pace is hot and the points are near, and sleep has deadened the driver's ear, and the signals flash through the night in vain, for death is in charge of the cluttering train. And yes, that has been used by a great Prime Minister in the past. It is the Labour leadership that is in charge of a clattering train for not taking the necessary steps and measures to stop the clattering train that it has now become. But there is time, there is still time to keep the train on its track and to stop it continuing and clattering to a crash. Our Conservative amendment offers the alternative of dark days for Birmingham City by protecting services, protecting some jobs, protecting our libraries and keeping the lights on. So I urge the opposition to support our amendment. Voting any other way will be voting to cutting vital services, closing our libraries in this city. So if you care, like you all say you do, you will support our amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Miranda Perks.
Is it coming? Should I just... Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to state that I am a governor of Kings Norton Nursery School and so have dispensation. Now, when I stood for election in 2022, I did not for one moment think that I would be in a situation where I'd be voting for cuts to public services. It's against my values and it's against my principles and it's against those of the Labour Party. And so I don't want to vote for these cuts, but the reality is when I stood to be a councillor, I also accepted the responsibility that go with the role and that I would have to pass a balanced budget. And so like every year, we as councillors have had assurances from the Section 151 officer that the figures in the budget are accurate, the assumptions are correct, and the level of cuts we are having to make to the budget are necessary. We've been told that we have no choice but to make the cuts we are making. And if we don't pass a balanced budget, then the commissioners are here to do it instead, and they'll take over complete control. Now, I've listened to what has been said and listened to what the Conservative group has said, and to be honest, it's exactly what I expected them to say at this meeting, and it's just, this is how it works. But it's not right that voting for their proposals would mean that we are able to save all our libraries. As much as they want it to be true, as much as we all would, it's just not reality, and it's just wouldn't happen. And I also appreciate that the Conservatives need to keep an eye on the upcoming local mayor election and also the general election, and so that means that they do want to limit any criticism that they're levelling at the Conservative government, and so that's why the lines consistent in being taken today are all about trying to say that the Conservative government have got nothing to do with the position we're in. Look, we've not shied away from accepting responsibilities, the issues we face, which are unique to Birmingham, the equal pay and Oracle. We've called for an inquiry, and look, I sit on the audit committee. There are issues with the day-to-day running of the council. There's lack of controls, lack of processes, and accountability. And yes, there are savings to be made in terms of the management of it. But if it is true that the cuts being made to public services was all down to financial mismanagement, then answer me this. Why is it that half the councils are cutting their library services, half the councils are cutting 2 or more services, and why is it that so many other councils nationally are making drastic cuts right now to all of their public services to avoid being issuing Section 114. So what's the explanation to that? There is an issue with local government funding, right? There is a £4 billion funding gap at the moment, and that is a fact. It's true that we are paying more and getting less. We're all paying more taxes and getting less for them. The government has made a conscious decision to cut the funding to our public services. We can all see it. We've all seen it in terms of the NHS waiting list, queues for dentists, we've had strikes, schools don't open for 5 days a week. It's the same for local public services. So council's money is council taxpayers' money, right? There is no difference in that. And the local services don't operate in a bubble. They're directly impacted upon by national policy. So we've got austerity, got cost of living crisis, we've got childcare cost crisis. Let's not forget that one. Cuts to public services. All have put additional pressures on our local services. But the Conservative government have continued to ignore calls from councils across the country to increase the funding. And we are now being forced to provide just the bare minimum of services, like all councils are doing. And this is the reason that this is inherently a Conservative budget, because without the Conservative government policies, their decisions that they have been making for 14 years, we would not be making the extent of cuts that we are having to make now. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Dr. Lee Marson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have been given a dispensation to participate as a cooperative member of the Bloomsbury Estate Management Board. To the residents of this city and staff, I understand how you feel, I get it, and I'm sorry. Hard-working Brummies deserve answers to how the council got here. I want an inquiry so that the people responsible are held to account. Lessons learned so that this never happens again. The council must do better, get the basics right, and be more accountable to residents. The cuts that we are being forced to make worry me. They will impact people, our communities, and organisations across Birmingham, because cuts have consequences. I have fought hard to protect what I can for Nechells. We have kept Nechells Wellbeing Leisure Centre open, saved school crossing patrols, secured a street racing ban, and kept tip truck visits to make our area cleaner and safer. But challenges await us. We know that libraries may close. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with residents to keep Bloomsbury Library, based at Nechells Pod, open. They took our library from Nechells before. We can't let it happen again. Lord Mayor, I hope everyone here, regardless of party, can agree that there is a huge financial storm circling on councils. The jaws of doom have come true. Councils of all political stripes, including Birmingham, are seeing increased demand for services, sky-high inflation thanks to Liz Truss, and a lack of financial long-term certainty from government. Even the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, acknowledges that Birmingham's historic council issues cover all previous political administrations over many years, so everyone is responsible. Birmingham has also had £1 billion taken away from us. From the city of 1,000 trades to the city of 1 billion cuts under the Conservative and Liberal Democrat government since 2010. These cuts continue to devastate our city and have weakened the ability of the council to mitigate current challenges. It is interesting that only in a general election year, Tory MPs now admit that their cuts hurt councils. Some signed a public letter calling for more funds for councils. The two Birmingham Conservative MPs in Northfield and Sutton Coldfield failed to add their names. But they were more willing to sign a letter calling on the Commons Speaker to step down and to vote against feeding kids during the school holidays. Their priorities are wrong. Lord Mayor, on the amendments, the Commissioners don't actually endorse what is proposed. And I note that both the Tories and the Lib Dems have backed the council tax increase this year. It's also becoming clear that there is already a coalition forming between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems in this chamber. Yes, they're cozying up to the Tories again. Lord Mayor, the leader set out a vision to put this council back on track. It is now down to the Chief Executive to deliver on this and transform how the council operates. The people of Birmingham are owed that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Conor Bridle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've been granted a dispensation in respect of being a Birmingham Council appointed trustee of Castle Bromwich Hall Gardens Trust and Birmingham Airport Community Trust Fund. I think it's great to hear the commitment from the leader, Councillor Cotton, to getting the basics right across a whole range of service areas and to getting better value for money from each pound that we spend. We need to do that. And I pay tribute to our adults and social care leadership for their track record of delivering the transformation and improving outcomes for people, even in times of rising demand. And in spite of a government that is floundering around with no interest in working on long-term solutions. But we have to openly acknowledge this council needs fundamental change. It shouldn't have been this sort of massive crisis, bringing a lot of suffering for many people with reduced or stopped services, but it almost has taken this to get us, as councillors and managers in this council, to acknowledge that a revolution is needed here in Birmingham. We cannot go on as before. I remember when we had a committee system here. I was chair of the Housing Committee, and I quickly realised that the housing service for our tenants needed transforming to put the tenants, the people paying for the service, to put their needs first. And I did get tenants onto the Housing Committee, to the seat of power. That was considered quite a transformative step, but a very small step towards what was really needed. But as probably many of us would agree here, making change happen in Birmingham City Council has been very, very difficult. There's been too much of an attitude amongst many of us, all of us, councillors and officers, that we don't need to improve. If mistakes are made, there is no accountability, and because of Birmingham's size, which I think is a problem, it is too easy to hide. All of us work with many what I would call active residents, people who want to step up for their community. Not long ago, I asked one such active resident what she thought the problems were with Birmingham Council. A flavour of what she said. Timescales. It takes forever to get anything done. She said, we were told there was no money to improve the park, but if we could raise the funds, changes could be made. We raised the funds. Then it takes months and months for anything to even begin to happen. Fine-sounding words from the council to start, but we're made to feel like an inconvenience because now the council is being forced to step up and do their bit. Complicated communication systems. She says, it's still an amazement to me that council departments don't seem to talk to each other. Why is it we're given half an answer by one department and then left to find time to manage the email chains with multiple departments in order to work towards solutions? Gatekeepers to change. She says it boils down to this. We as local residents will try to do our bit, but much of community life is actually in the control of or impacted by council responsibility. Birmingham City Council are the gatekeepers to change. We as residents can't do our bit if the council aren't willing to partner with us, not oppose us. These observations and comments to me illustrate just a few of the problems that our council needs to sort out. We need drive from the top. The leader, the cabinet, the managers, and all of us on the backbenches to fundamentally change what we have become. Yes, to slimming down the council, to cutting out duplication, to getting rid of the silo mentality, and to make best use of our money. In spite of the shambolic government we
Time,
have,
Bridle.
Birmingham Council should be leading the way and can.
Honourable members, I have 9 speakers on my list, but I only can take 3. But if you don't take your time allocated and cut it down to 2 minutes, something I can get as many more. Right? Next is you, Khan.
I'll see what I can do within 2 minutes, Lord Mayor. It's quite shocking because essentially the Labour councillors have a script, and that script is to blame the government. And I think some of the Labour councillors have very short memories, because wasn't it Leon Byrne, incidentally an MP for Birmingham, which said, "I'm afraid there is no money in the Treasury"? And isn't it so fitting that the Labour administration in Birmingham in this budget are saying precisely the same thing? In fact, not the same thing, a little worse. And I'm quite selfish in that I want to advocate for the residents of Aston. Everybody in this chamber knows that Aston is an inner city ward area having some of the highest deprivation, some of the biggest inequalities. This budget is going to drive Aston further into a deep hole. Youth services, libraries, children with special needs, transportation, all of the most important things that matter will be taken away by the failure of this Labour administration. And I recall when I was in the Cabinet, Lord Mayor, if we made a decision, officers would say that if you don't go in accordance with recommendation, you're personally liable. And I hear Councillor Bridle say that we need leaders that can drive. But leaders that drive need to take accountability. And this administration are not prepared to tell the residents that we will be accountable. What they are saying is all we can do is apologise, and it's not good enough for the residents. Be bold is what the Labour leadership have said to the citizens of Birmingham. Be bold, citizens of Birmingham. Fasten your seatbelt. This is a crash and burn budget.
Okay, thank you.
And not even the dead or the unborn will be spared.
David Barker, Councillor David Barker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Residents across this city are rightfully angry at what they will have to suffer for this council to balance its books. As elected representatives, we need to be honest about how we got here. Otherwise, we have no credibility when we talk about how to get through this crisis. Because make no mistake, there's no way around it. The only way through this budget is to go right through it. So first, we have to recognise the failures over equal pay and Oracle were made by people within this council house. An investigation will find out exactly who and did what, but we cannot blame anyone outside these walls. Equally, we cannot remove ourselves from the reality that there is a national government that has caused an economic collapse, a recession, public services decimated, all putting more pressure on this council. But blame and hindsight won't help us now. I'd love to know what the councillors would have done differently so we know what to do better in future. But right now we have to deal with where we are. And the truth is that even without the failures around Oracle and equal pay, we still would have only been a couple of years away from exactly where we are now, because local government funding doesn't work anymore. It's been reported that over half of senior council officials warn their authorities face bankruptcy without funding changes. This is a national crisis that needs a national solution. But we have a budget before us, one we all know will hurt the city. The alternative, if we vote against it, is that commissioners can force it through, but worse. A member of the opposition told me they feel they're being blackmailed. Some have said it feels like voting with a gun to our head. And that's why many of us will vote for the lesser of two evils. But I believe we can still fight back. I want everyone to know I will work with them to protect assets like libraries from being stripped. I've been pretty public in saying I don't believe this cut is right or even deliverable. And I hope that after today, we make genuine efforts to change the way we work. We need a total rethink of local government, a new vision for libraries. And this crisis shows we need a bold new vision for Birmingham to save it too. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
David Pearce. David Pearce. Connor Pearce.
Thank you,
Lord Mayor. I'll try and shorten what I was going to say. In my ward sits Sutton Town Library, Clifton Road Youth Centre and the busy main entrance to Sutton Park. Earlier today I presented petitions to retain the library vision and the retention of the youth centre. Sutton Library is one of the best visited across the city with in excess of 126,000 visits and is used by many wanting to borrow a book, use the internet, meeting point for book reading, poets and groups involving children. There are many residents who do not have internet access who use the library to be able to access the system and research information. We as a council promote the internet for surveys, research registration for single householders and green waste. So without a library, what will residents do? Shame on Labour. Clifton Road Youth Centre is used as a meeting point for youngsters, typically after school, to help develop their skills and interests with vital support from officers. In fact, like other councillors, I received many letters from youngsters wanting to keep youth centres open. Youth engagement groups signpost youngsters to Clifton Road Youth Centre. This means fewer youngsters congregating in our streets as they're somewhere warm to catch up with friends or enjoy some music and dance practice. Importantly, there are likely to be fewer youths hanging around, getting bored, and perhaps for a minority, less potential for knife crime. In fact, the Labour proposals includes dimming streetlights, an added bonus for criminal fraternity. The proposals to charge for cars in the parks were kicked out by residents years ago who said no. The park needs a lot of investment, and as I've said before, a trust needs to be set up to take that forward. So, Lord Mayor, I support the Conservative amendment and would invite all councillors to do the same, as this would see a retention of all the libraries in Birmingham, safer streets and keeping our parks free by stopping Labour's car park tax. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I declare dispensation in my declared interests in the register. I warmed to Councillor Lyons' use of poetry as a bit of a railway buff, but I didn't agree with his sentiments. What he didn't add was that one Michael Gove is the bad controller, switching our Brum train into the buffers, then closing the toilets and flogging off the engines to his mates. Here's my alternative. The Birmingham train runs on the track. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. A man called Gove switches it back. He's broken the points and pinched our wheels. Oh, Mr. Porter, what a terrible deal. More seriously, of course, this budget is a crisis for the council, but it's also a crisis for the country. The crisis is local. Every circumstance is different. The 19 councils that have sought supplementary financial support, as we have, are all forced into this position by the government. And the government holds a gun to our heads, metaphorically, in the context of this budget. I've been a councillor for 45 years, and I cannot recall a worse time for local government budgets, and I remember Margaret Thatcher. We've got many deprived families suffering from past cuts in Billesley Ward, but whatever people's circumstances, what's already uniting everyone is our local campaign with Labour colleagues to save our local libraries. And on this threat to literacy and community, the Tories have form. They've closed 400 libraries in their time in government. So finally, in an election year, I want to say to people there is real hope. Voters in by-elections have already served notice on this Tory government. With a Labour victory, we can look forward to a fairer conversation with Whitehall for Birmingham. Give us that election, Mr Sunak. It's time to put this broken government out of its misery. We can then start the work of repairing the damage done to our council and start delivering decent public services for the people of Birmingham. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Final speaker, Councillor Rob Grant.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, we have witnessed today across the chamber a great deal of blame and posturing. It's quite shameful and not very productive and insulting to the residents of Birmingham. Yes, we've had persistent underfunding from government and fundamental failures of our council administration, but in between this is the mess that the citizens of Birmingham are having to put up with. It's understandable there's a great deal of anger towards the council. The city has been let down through incompetence and negligence, and ordinary people are going to have to pay for it through higher taxes and less services. Many residents are wondering how they're going to manage. This is an appalling budget that will harm this city and its residents in the long run. and the complete lack of transparency for Birmingham residents makes it all the worse. The consultation was insulting, and the Labour administration waited until the last possible moment to publish this horrific budget. The budget leaves residents of this city unsafe. It abandons young people and their families, hollows out our communities, and will cause our most forgotten communities to be left behind even further. Cutting the budget to clear fly tipping will mean dirtier streets, something that is concerning for residents in part of my ward, where there are real issues with fly tipping. It's difficult enough to get the streets cleaned at the moment, never mind if the budget is slashed. We have the threat of losing our libraries unless volunteers are found to run them. This is completely unrealistic. It removes valuable educational resource, help for getting those digitally excluded online, and rips valuable community hubs out the hearts of our communities. And I've run out of time, so thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon the leader, Councillor John Cotton, to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This has been certainly the most profoundly important debate that I can remember being held in this chamber. I'm very conscious that shortly members of this council will take a profoundly... Cannot be heard. So. Okay, I'll start again.
Yes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I was saying, this has been a profoundly important debate that we've held this afternoon, one of the most important that I can remember, and shortly we'll be taking a profoundly important decision for the future of this city. So before I respond to what we've heard here this afternoon, firstly I'd just like to thank members for their contributions, and especially members of my own group for their contributions to this very serious debate, and for everything that they're doing to support their wards and their communities at what is an incredibly challenging time for our city. And as so many colleagues have said in speeches this afternoon, this is not the budget that any of us wanted to see. So I completely understand the passion and the very heartfelt contributions that we've heard in this debate from a number of colleagues today. Being elected to this City Council means rising to whatever challenges the city faces. And from everything that I've heard in this debate this afternoon, members are determined to do just that and rise to those challenges for the benefit of residents. I think, Lord Mayor, in the context of the unprecedented challenges facing this council, and if you strip away some of the inflamed rhetoric that we've heard in some contributions this afternoon, and look at the detail of what's before us in terms of the budget proposals and the amendments, there is, I think, a good degree of common view here. And I think that reflects the very difficult circumstances in which we set this budget and the very limited amount of manoeuvre that we have. Normally, we'd be debating very detailed amendments, but this year, I think the Conservative group in their amendments have accepted somewhere in the region of 98% of the budget proposals, and Liberal Democrat colleagues have tabled just one amendment. I note that neither of those amendments seeks to change the proposed level of council tax increase, so I'd be tempted to say that there's almost some cross-party acceptance of that 9.99% increase in council tax this year. Let's be clear again, as I said at the outset, nobody wants to increase bills to that extent, but given the challenges that we face, we have no choice but to do so. If I turn to the Conservative amendment, now I think there are some things in this amendment that we can absolutely take a shared view on. Indeed, there are some proposals in there, the suggested savings around the lane rental scheme, the suggestion around the Active Wellbeing Society. They're indeed things that are already being considered as part of our budget plans at the moment. They were picked up in the Task and Finish Overview and Scrutiny report. So I think these are things that we can certainly look at taking forward. But I do have some deep concerns around other aspects of what has been put on the table by members of the Conservative group. There's a reference to the voluntary contributions being used to fund local welfare provision. Now, let me be clear, I absolutely welcome voluntary contributions if they come in, but I think we can accept you cannot rely on voluntary contributions to sustainably fund services, and nor can we guarantee huge additional income, I think, from parking enforcement. I also note, not for the first time, considering previous amendments that have come forward, they're suggesting some additional substantial cuts to council departments that already face big cuts as a result of the budget proposals that we have put on the table. And I would say, with all due respect to colleagues on that side, we also need to heed and remember some of the advice we've been given by the commissioners and others. We cannot imperil the corporate core of this organisation to the situation where it can no longer function effectively, because if we are going to fix those issues around governance and those issues around culture and grip the financial challenge and ensure the deliverability of those savings, we cannot take everything out, and I would advise against us doing so. If we look beyond 24-25 and into the savings proposals that Conservatives have put forward for 25-26 onwards, there are some interesting proposals in there, and we will absolutely not dismiss those out of hand. If we are going to fundamentally transform this council, there has to be a collective effort that all members are engaged in. I think the example of what has happened through the overview and scrutiny process around the budget has been incredibly helpful, and we need to build on that, taking them forward. So we won't dismiss those proposals out of hand. I look forward to further conversations around them. Indeed, some of them are already being looked into as part of the work to set and shape next year's budget. That work's already underway, and I want to be absolutely clear with everyone that we will not be letting up in any way in our efforts to get this council back on track. I've also, and again, I will say it again in concluding this debate, been absolutely clear since day one that we take responsibility for the specific issues that have gone wrong in this council and are taking all the necessary steps to put those things right. I'll reiterate what I said in my opening speech. This leader of the council will not step away from that responsibility, and I am again sorry that we are now faced with such tough choices. I have to say though, having listened to some of the speeches from members opposite this afternoon, I'm not convinced they actually heard the speech that I delivered in opening this debate. So I'll just be clear again. We take responsibility for the issues that have affected this council, and we take responsibility for putting them right. I hope that is abundantly clear to all sides. But also responsibility cuts both ways. And what we haven't heard at any stage this afternoon is acceptance from Conservative colleagues that their party bears any responsibility for that national crisis in local government. A number of them are fond of quoting that single paragraph from the CIB report the Labour Party issued. Never actually put it in its entire context. That is a paragraph that talks about the need to get the basics right. That's indeed what I've been talking about here this afternoon and what we need to do in taking this budget forward. But it doesn't, sorry colleagues, it does not give a free pass to this government and its predecessors on their responsibility for austerity and its consequences. I've been really impressed, frankly, by Conservative councillors elsewhere in the country who are now honest enough to admit that austerity and over a decade of underfunding has disastrous consequences for councils of all political stripes, of all shapes and sizes, up and down the country. I saw there was a reference, I forget which member now mentioned it, to the issue of core spending power. And saying, referring to core spending power per dwelling. Actually, the real measure of this is core spending power per head, because that's where you pick up the real impact in terms of the rising demand that we have for services and the real issues that we face as a result of deprivation in this city as well. And that reflects a very different measure of core power, spending power, and really illustrates the implications of austerity. So I do think that denial of reality is really disappointing. We've had 14 years of them pretending that all is well in the world of local government, despite overwhelming evidence, as I say, from every corner of this land to the contrary. I mean, that's also the same approach that saw some colleagues pretend that Liz Truss was fit for office or Boris Johnson was a great leader. I know that Councillor Jenkins on the Conservative side remains a great fan of Liz Truss, so I will take your comments on the effectiveness of leadership with a bit of a pinch of salt with that regard, Councillor Jenkins. We heard reference from a Conservative colleague to a scorched earth of local government. Well, the scorched earth of local government, which we're seeing across the land, is a result of that 40% reduction in real terms government funding for councils between 2010 and 2020, which indeed Conservative MPs are now calling out and denouncing. I mentioned the contribution from Miriam Cates in the television programme I was on last week. Listen again to those words that Leslie Picton, the leader of Shropshire, said in her budget meeting, the Conservative leader of Shropshire yesterday. For years, local government has been underappreciated and underfunded. We cannot carry on living hand to mouth. We really cannot. And if that's not enough, please look at the recent reports from the Local Government Association, from the Local Government Information Unit, from the County Council's network. That sets out the real challenges that are facing local government right across this country. And I really do worry about what we will see in the budget that the Chancellor presents tomorrow. I hope that some Conservative colleagues have tried to raise these issues with the Chancellor, because all the evidence seems to suggest yet again that forest fire that's raging across local government will be ignored. So responsibility, it really does cut both ways. We are taking responsibility for the mistakes here in Birmingham and for putting them right. So please, just please, take some responsibility for your party's role in creating this crisis that has affected councils up and down the land. I also want to be clear that the Conservative proposals will not save libraries indefinitely. What we need to do is modernise the service in partnership with our communities and partner agencies, creating community hubs that bring together a whole series of services to support communities. And I'll give you one good example of this, and it's Glebe Farm Library. 7 years ago, Councillor Bridle and I have been working with a local charity, brought them in. Together, we built a wide range of activities in that library, extending it far beyond just the library core service, but a whole range of other things that are there supporting the community and attracting people in through the doors of that building. And that is what we need to be replicating across the city, and that is exactly what we'll be taking forward in that consultation that Councillor Suleiman spoke of earlier on. Councillor Suleiman was also right to point out the consequences of that 30% cut to Arts Council funding by the government over the last decade. Arts and culture, absolutely, I agree with you, Councillor Howe, is a really important part of our city. I think you've made that case very powerfully, as a number of other colleagues have as well. What we need to do now, as we find ourselves in this position, is to work with our arts and culture organisations as we collectively deal with the consequences of the tough choices that we've had to make in bringing this budget forward. So, to be clear, this is not about this council stepping away from the cultural sector, but it is about us finding new ways of working with them in the circumstances that we now find ourselves. I know the leader of the Liberal Democrats also spoke about alternative proposals for waste services and libraries, but I didn't see them included in the detail of the amendment. What I did see was the proposal to delay the Ladywood regeneration scheme until 2026-27 in order to fund libraries for the tune of £150,000. I have to say two things on this. Firstly, if we were to delay Ladywood for that period, I think our development partner would most likely walk away, and we'd lose that opportunity to drive that regeneration of Ladywood. Furthermore, no general fund monies have been spent on Ladywood since spend control came in, and the only funding that's in place at the moment is external funding via the City deal, which is ring-fenced to the Ladywood project. Finally, Lord Mayor, if I may just look ahead for a moment. When I opened this debate, I outlined my determination to build a better council, to build an organisation that will share power with our communities, that will get the basics right, and will ensure that we are accountable and transparent in everything that we do. And my appeal to all councillors here this afternoon is work with us to deliver those necessary changes. We heard from Sir Albert earlier on about the vital role that scrutiny has played in this year's budget process, and as I said earlier, that is something I want to see continue over the course of this year as we move into the second year of this budget. I'd also like to see similar cross-party involvements in the Shaping Birmingham's Future Together Commission that I announced earlier this afternoon. I am absolutely serious when I talk about the importance of bringing together partners and stakeholders from all corners and all sectors of Birmingham to help shape the devolution of power within our communities. And that includes, absolutely, all parties in this chamber. So, Lord Mayor, as I said at the outset, this budget is not one that I entered politics to set. This council faces the most significant challenges our city has ever had to rise to. We must restore this council to financial health and stability. We must transform our organisation so it works better with partners, with our communities, with businesses, with citizens. The road ahead to do that is difficult. Rebuilding our council, reshaping it, transforming it will be hard. And it's for that reason, and with a heavy heart, that I put these proposals before you this afternoon. And in doing so, like every one of our colleagues, I do so with a profound sense of responsibility for taking forward the work that lies ahead and a profound determination to deliver that council that shares power, that gets the basics right and is accountable, open and transparent. So that's the reason we remain focused on these challenges ahead, the challenges specific to Birmingham and the wider challenges affecting local government across the piece. Lord Mayor, that was the job I was put in to do as leader of this council, and that's why we have no alternative to put forward this budget today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Now to the votes. I would remind members that in accordance with the Local Authorities Standing Orders England Amendment Regulations 2014, all recommendations on the budget must be determined by a recorded vote. As these are legal votes, can members ensure that they are sitting in the correct seat and press the correct button when voting? I understand that Councillor Sandhu and Councillor Delaney, their electronic voting is not working, so they'll be asked to confirm how they wish to vote personally. Yeah, on the well, please. Lock the doors. We will now vote on the First Amendment in the names of Councillors Robert Oldham and Ewan Mackey by way of a recorded vote. Will the members now cast their vote on the First Amendment? Have you all voted? we got to go.
Have you voted? He's not voting. He's not voting.
Oh, do I vote? Can't do that.
You don't have to vote. Yes.
Yes. Well.
We can't vote. Don't vote. Don't vote.
Have you all voted? The machine not working. I know.
Close the vote now.
Everybody voted now? Pardon me. No, they're voting. I'm not voting.
No, has anybody voted?
Have you all voted?
Close the vote.
That's it, close the vote and you is 4 again? Yeah.
Christian's there.
So it says 34, 20 abstentions and 53 against. That amendment is also lost. Thank you. We will now move to the substantive recommendations. Recommendation A. Does City Council agree to note the report under Section 25 of the Local Government Act 2003 as presented to the Cabinet on 27th of February, Annex 1 refers. Either agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Recommendation B. Does the City Council agree to note the response to the Budget Scrutiny Task and Force Group as presented to the Cabinet on 27th February, Annex 2. Either agreed? We will now move to the recorded vote where the results will be displayed on the rostrum screens. Recommendations, these votes got to be taken together. C and D. City Council is asked to approve 2024-25 budget setting for general fund revenue account 2024-2025 to 2027 to 2028 capital program and 2024 to 2025 treasury management strategy and policy as presented to the Cabinet on 27 February 2024 in its totality, Annex 3. City Council is asked to approve the formal 2024-2025 Council text resolution for Birmingham City Council that supports the 2024-2025 budget setting, Appendix 1. Will the members now cast their votes using their voting buttons on the screens? Have you all voted? So you got 53 for, non-abstentions and 3 against. This is the budget setting. None of us want, even though I don't want this budget setting, but we had no choice. And so thanks for getting this budget through. And this could.
These two councillors against.
The 4. Therefore, everything.
Against, yes.
No, 4. The 4. Yeah. So this concludes the business of the budget council meeting. And thank you for attending. And have a safe journey home.